Good morning, everyone. I can actually say that today. We are actually on time. Like, what world is this week? Like, actually on time. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Mir. How are you? So, updates. You on time? Impossible. I know. It's almost like I have ADHD. Like, I don't know. But how are you doing this morning? We are definitely going to be talking about some updates. Man, a lot has happened since I streamed on Monday. A lot. So, oh, good to hear that you're doing well. Yeah. I'm this is not helping my sleep problem. I barely slept again today, so I'm a little delulu. Having a little bit of focus issues, like actual eye focus issues. More than my mental focus issues that I normally have. So, yeah. But I'm awake and we're here. We are on time. But man, I again, yesterday I only slept for like 3 hours. To this time, I think I slept hopefully for like 5 hours. I don't think I hit the 6-hour mark. I wake up like very frequently. I went to bed at 1. Didn't fall asleep until almost like 4. Yeah. So no. I would say I got 4 to 5 hours. 4 to 5 hours of sleep. But if you haven't updated BitCraft already, make sure you go over to Steam and get the update. They did have, I guess, problems with the servers earlier today. So it seems to be fixed now. The update is live. And I have the patch notes pulled up. So yeah, now we get to also talk about that wipe that's happening. Yeah. So fun stuff. Let's jump into it. And I hear there's new doggos. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. We are going to enter and switch over to here. And pause the music. You are too hype, music. Too hype. Where is... Oh, wow, that took a little bit to load in. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. Okay. I think we are good. We are good. Okay. So, everyone's world map also broken? No. My world map isn't. Okay. We have something we have to do today, which actually shouldn't take too long. But first and foremost, what is this? Obtain a skiff required by Whitewater Skiff. Teaming. Oh, here we go. The puppies. Dan, hi. Hello. How are you? Enjoy your lurk. Speak to Elise, give the nod bone, track down, and rescue the pup. Good morning. Speak to Elise, require alpha, jackal challenge. So this system, the quest log, is new. It came up, I think, last update. So this is brand new. And I think this moving forward is going to be absolutely amazing for new players. And so because I have, I think, the other two skiffs, this is the one that I don't have. Yeah, that's the one I don't have. I think it's giving me the whitewater skiff as a quest. So where is, does it say? No. So maybe it was the same for everyone. But new quest log, absolutely fantastic. There's new puppies. We're probably going to work on getting one of them at least today. There is also apparently it doesn't take away. Do I have to go through every single one? Oh, I probably have to activate them. Activate? Ooh. Ooh, that's satisfying. Yeah, okay. So we do have to activate it. We only get one quest log, or one quest on the side of the screen, so. Very interesting. But we want to go vault. No premium items, no, I guess it's still purchase shards. This is a little, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess confusing, but misleading. Like, the Hexite shards tab I can understand, but I want to go into premium items and, like, shop. Like, it going straight to the shop, you have to actually, like, go around, like, the Hexite shards, which, of course, you know, could be deliberate. But then you have to go here to, like, premium items. So I would kind of like to have, like, a direct link to the shop, but we have new emotes, which we are going to pick up today. I've been getting booped all freaking morning, but it's not been anything, and then of course it's something. Of course. 2 seconds. Okay. It feels like a proximity issue for sure, which would be my text messages. Feels like a proximity issue to me. Yeah, that's true. Oh, the item's being too far. Yeah, I gotcha. So we're gonna buy emotes. So also something to note. The yellow text here, shards will be deducted and the item will be granted to your hub account. So shards are from, like, your hub, not just in-game. So when you buy things, it's going to deduct from that overall total instead of at, like, launch where people have their 10,000 shards. If you've bought premium items, you're not going to get the full 10,000 shards. You're only going to get, like, the 3,000 depending on what you bought, or 250 depending on what you bought. So keep that in mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying, oh, well, I'll buy stuff and I'll get it back. You won't get it back. It is definitely deducted. So we has these new emotes. Let's look at, where do we have? I do have an extra thingy. Let's make this an emote tab. So interesting. Where did I not get them all? I thought I got them all. I thought for sure I got them all. Maybe not. Did I not? Did I just get the 2? A handstand. That was the first one. Handstand emote bundle. Does it come with all 3? Is that what? No. What? I'm confused. Emotes. Maybe I didn't. Premium items. There we go. Handstand and handstand fail. Okay. Convert to deed. Unpack. There we go. Yeah. Only took me a little bit to figure that one out. Supposedly we're able to put emotes on. Oh, we can. So that's very interesting. Very interesting. So to add anything to your abilities bar, anything, you have to come or into the the hotbar, that thing over there. You have to use the abilities screen, which is very interesting. Very interesting. So we have handstand. We have handstand fail. We have dramatic death. And what was the other one? Oh, we have show off scissors, show off sauce. We have weapon show offs now because the skins have changed. What was the other one? Man, I'm super spacey as always. Oh, dance. We have dance. Oh, dance. Are they? Oh, they are. No. Yes? No. I was gonna say, are they in alphabetical order? They are not. Okay. So let's look at these new emotes we have. Please murder me to get doggo is our find a jackal's Dan or 100 alpha for 25 fangs and 15 heck coins. Please murder me to get doggo. I'm confused with your statement. But yes, it does take a lot of quest items. It does take a lot of quest items. Okay, so we have handstand. Yay! Handstand. The cat just does not care. It will take a lot of time to get. Yeah! Then we have... Oh, I guess it's persistent. That's kind of cool. Then we have handstand fail. Okay then. That's definitely... And then dramatic death. Oh, where was... We needed this for when Faye shot Tony. We really needed that. Man. Next time I see Faye, I'm going to have to tell her to shoot Tony again. And then dance. Wow, that's a very fast dance. But I guess you... It's the opposite spectrum. You have two-step, which is very slow. And this, which is just the opposite end. It's great. Absolutely great. Okay. So, ooh, that was a little bit of a forward thing. So we can put emotes here, which is going to be really good for roleplay stuff. So we have the quest log, which is G. So I guess that's fine. So we have to speak to Elise, find signs, and then give Gnawbone. And then either way, you have to speak to Elise. So we'll quickly go speak to Elise. Yeah, those are things that we have to work on today as well. You want to tame a jackal. You wouldn't be the first automaton. I'm assuming it's pronounced automaton to try. Nor the first to get bitten by one for trying. I don't think the adult jackals would take too kindly to you, but it's possible one of their pups would. Go search their dens for a sign of a puppy, and we'll see what we can do. And then when we look at trade, do we have... No, there's the kitten cage. I guess maybe it'll unlock... maybe it'll unlock when we get done with the quest. So we have jackal puppies also, and then people were over the moon with this coconut hat thing. I'm not sure what that is or what that is about, but oh, what? Wow, we have a lot of farms. Oh, I see. Because they extended this way, so Hrothgar condensed the farms. Actually, it's not a half bad... Yeah, because we had a lot of empty space here, so that's really not half bad. I like that. So we need to go find ourselves a jackal den. Is this something that can be tracked? I don't know. I know we've interacted with a jackal den before. I know we have. But I guess not. Just den in general. Okay, so at one point, wait. I was gonna say, we could go search for it, or there's like, we could try and see if the website has resources for the jackal den. I'm not sure. But we have our to-do list today, which I should actually pull up. I should pull up my to-do list for today. Gaming, BitCraft. We also have to get the tier 6 seeds for Faye, but I'm thinking because the wipe, the impending doom is upon us, I think a lot of people are going to be taking this wipe to just kind of chill and do things. I don't know if Faye still wants their seeds or not, so we'll have to go check. I was going to start like kind of working on progressing the settlement, but at this point, I'm just going to wait. We are going to wait. We're going to see what happens. Supposedly there's going to be a poll. I saw the main Discord talking all about it. And so at some point, I guess there's going to be a poll that people can vote on. So when that's up, is there a den up there? Or is it just a bunch of jackals? So when that's up, we will definitely inform people. So make sure, it's kind of like important that you go vote when that does release. Yeah, I don't think I see a jackal den. I don't think so. I'm just trying to find a bunch of jackals. Is there a place where they are more prevalent though? This is very zoomed out. Wow. When could I get this zoomed out? Very zoomed. I'm actually, surprisingly enough, not a huge fan of the zoom. I end up playing more close quarter than anything else, which is interesting. Hi, buddy. Do they not... Is there not a health bar? I thought there's a health bar over... Maybe not. We found... No? Maybe? Maybe? Is there a den? Because there's definitely 3 jackals. There are only 20 dens per region. Also, I could have, like I said, I could have sworn there was health bars over mobs' heads. And there isn't now. So, interesting. Okay. Pretty sure that is a setting. Oh, settings have changed. I forgot about that. This were what they were talking about. Tooltips are always interactable. I guess we can turn that off because then we don't have to worry about this. At some point, I'd still like to see chests here. Show quick climb, debuff, that's fine. Emote at cursor. Let's just turn that on. Show deployable radius. Don't know about that. Graphics, no. No. Audio, no. Lock minimap, click to move on minimap. So yeah, I'm gonna say no. Unless it's here and I just didn't see it. No. What is cheap? Show, depth, distance, and then cheap. I guess it shows how poor you someone is. Okay. Okay, there has to be a den over there. Yeah, I think there has to be a den over there because there's now 4 jackals. That's because there is. Nice. So, yay. This is gonna take a while. Also, Bob rolls now give build speed. So, the Bob rolls actually have a stat now. There has to be a den over here. You're standing next to the den. Yeah, it's true. Again, unobservant cat is very unobservant. This is gonna take a while, but hey, at least we get our fur. If I'm not mistaken, there's been a den in this kind of area, like this area, pretty consistently. I'm pretty sure. So, what do people think with the new Empire system changing? I am very curious what people think about that, because I definitely think the route that they're taking where it's not premium currency is good for the players, but bad for the company. Because they profited a lot off of war, and they're not going to have that anymore. So they're going to have to like really, really push decorations and designs and cosmetics. And so, yeah. I think it won't work for free to play. Why so? How do you see that? Like what botting with empires? Oh, because it's. I didn't play enough BitCraft to get into it much. Not the best, if so. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be a wipe soon, Heretic. So if you are interested, I think there's going to be a poll coming up soon, and you can choose like what type of wipe there is. So you might be able to jump in after wipe, and actually like get with a group easier. Or if you don't want to be, if you do want to continue to be solo, you're starting from the base as everyone else. Starting from scratch. There we go. Like everyone else. So you got that, and then like I know our group, I don't ever like say, hey, like we're recruiting, but I probably should, especially to start finalizing what's happening with the whole wipe situation. I know we're talking with like Shock and Tony, and we're going to be in the same region at least. But I don't know how close we will be. It depends on like where our perfect settlement spots are. I, of course, want to be by the ocean. I would like river access to inland. I do hope with the new... There we go. With like the newness of things, that they can kind of change like the waterfall situation in rivers. It like learn from the mistakes of the terrain. So with this specifically, if they keep with the exact same map, just tweak it a tiny bit so that like the land bridges are actual land bridges, the waterfalls are actually traversable, stuff like that. Or if it's a river, like make sure it's just kind of all the same, whatever this axis is, the vertical axis. I think that would be very helpful. I'd prefer not to play a multiplayer game solo. If you're recruiting, I join the cause. Yeah. I'll put... Interesting. So I think they've decreased the spawn rates for the jackals, because I remember the last time I did a jackal den, I got swamped by jackals like every 3 seconds. But yeah, I will definitely be putting up probably next week after, depending on when we hear about when the wipe is, what the wipe entails, stuff like that. I will put like recruiting in my title, and then joining the Discord. That way everyone can discuss what's happening. We do have a very extensive BitCraft section in there already for like the settlement and empire and stuff like that. We will most likely still go for empire, because I don't think there was any like talk. Ooh, here. I don't think there was any talk about like guilds or not empire stuff. So that would be something I would want to do, is more like the guild system, but I guess we'll have to see. And as of right now, the empires being not premium currency, I think is good. And so we can look into doing that. We has the nod bone, which we can take back, and we have a jackal fang. We are going to have to go get a bunch of jackals. Alpha jackals. So yeah. I like how all the furs that I was throwing away this entire time. Never throw anything away. Nothing. Throw nothing away. Hoard everything. Because you never know. You never know what's going to be useful. Yeah. We're going to need 100 of that, I think, is what they said. So, go kill 100 alpha jackals. I wonder if people are going to be doing dungeon runs. Never enough space for all the hoarding I did in this. Thankfully, that has been easier with the housing system. So, I'm going to go, I'll show you my house. So with the housing system, you can build a big house and you can put all of your storage. So yeah, much bigger on the inside. Yeah, very much so. Also, where did they say? Huh, how do I live without you? I rest. I guess maybe it's something I have to go get from like Bricko or whatever. Or Roomba. I think it's Bricko. But yeah, tiny house. Definitely bigger on the inside. And it's blue. So cute. With that, you have a lot more storage. The banks haven't gotten an update, but with them being in like certain locations, or so every settlement has a bank pretty much. And then if you go to that settlement, you can put stuff in that bank. And so like you can keep stuff in different places because the banks don't overlap. That's the word I'm looking for. My brain is very, very frazzled today. Yes, those are definitely the teeth marks of a jackal pup. There are no other signs of the puppy at the den. Well, that adds some urgency then. Jackal puppies can't survive in the wild by themselves. I'll attune this nod bone to an ancient tracker. You'll be able to use this to prospect the location of the jackal puppy. Every use of this tracking ability will consume a jackal fur. That's really cool. Hurry along now. The jackal puppy probably won't survive long alone in the wild. Oh. Use the baby jackal search and rescue. Prospecting ability to track down and rescue the puppy. Okay, so I had a bunch of jackal fur in here. So we probably have enough fangs. We're definitely going to need a lot more of that. But there is... I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I put all of this in. I'm pretty sure I put all of this in. So if I take it all out, no one's going to have issues. I think that's everything that we needed for the quests. So, I know I left a lot down at Ember Isle. So we'll probably go down there because we left a lot of other stuff. Mostly, I think the Slayer stuff we left. So, go here. Berserker mushrooms, ancient relic. That was the present hunt. The present hunt is now currently done. So we go here. We are looking for baby jackal search. And then we have usable in calm forest. Good to know. This ability would consume a jackal fur, so bring lots of fur. Okay, so it doesn't tell you exactly like how many. That's fine. We are gonna head down to Ember Isle. Food. 4 hours worth of food. Yeah, so it now has build speed. Bulb rolls used to not have any stat whatsoever, and now it has build speed. And then this still has the crafting and gathering. So yeah. I hope they add more 1 hour food. Oh wait. No. No. They took it away. No.
Ashes of
Ashes of creation. I accidentally. No. Okay. Yeah. Hi Chuck, how are you? Rip ball bros. Yeah, I'm complaining. I want an hour food. So I guess that's not gonna be. I don't want it to have stats. I don't care that I just I don't want to end up starving for an hour. So yeah. Rip. Sad face. I will miss you. Superior bulb rolls. You were delicious. Even though we are confused whether you're a potato or an onion. Does the deluxe version differ? That's a great question. Do I has a deluxe edition of the bulb rolls? I might not. Savory mushroom. I don't have a deluxe version. Can confirm it's still just 30 minutes. Okay. So yeah, it's completely changed. No more 1 hour food. We are heading to Ember Isle to see what we have there. But better build speed. Yeah. Ember, the Ember Isle teleports. Yep. So construction go burr. Construction go burr. Welcome back to the original home. This is region 3. And this is where we started the game entirely, if it loads, because it's currently it hasn't loaded yet. We are. Maybe we should give it encouragement. You got this. Positive vibes. Yay. So going regions might be a problem right now. We will see. Is anyone else saying anything about not being able to region? If it doesn't come up very soon, there we go. I was gonna say I'll restart. I might have to completely relog. Usually that fixes it. So completely relog. Game time 1,485 hours. But if you look on BitJita, it's only like 850 hours or something like that. So we has a problem. I am reporting. Okay. let's try this again. Let's give it a moment. With updates and stuff like that, sometimes I should have thought about it, but switching regions can sometimes be a problem. So I am going to let it cool for just a quick second. We'll get back in. Usually Alt F4 fixes like all the BitCraft problems. It usually fixes all the BitCraft problems. Oh, there we go. I was like trying to... Yay! So, how is everyone? Let's talk. Let's discuss things. Seeing that we're going to be waiting for staff to help us out. So the patch notes, actually, that's actually something we can do. We can go over the patch notes. Ruh-roh. Yeah. It's okay. Where is... properties. Patch notes. Make that a tiny bit smaller. Okay. Patch notes. Here we go. So Coconut Hat, I've not found or seen the quest for it yet. So new quests, pets, and Coconut Hat. Does this quest line to obtain the Coconut Hat? So I guess we'll have to find the quest line. These are the puppers. I guess these two are the alpha jackals, and that's the puppy. They look kind of the same, unless they're all... I want that one. I want that one. Or an all black one. Quest lines to obtain skiffed and upgraded forts. We have the Whitewater that we need to do. Emos can now be added to the action bar. Yay! New tool models. Yes. So next time we get into game, we should show off the tool models. Because different rarities and have different things, different designs. New emotes to show off tools unlocking through new achievements. We saw that earlier. Added several options for house customization, walls and floors unlocked by default for now. I didn't see where to change this or how to change this. So if someone knows, please share with the class. Setting to disable item pickup notifications. Added 19 new achievements, which yield special titles which will persist through any wipe in the future. Metronome will have their world first, or 100% world exploration, which will be amazing. These will, like they say, it will persist through the wipe. So you'll get these at launch. Trying to get a 100 in a skill right now is probably going to be really hard, depending on what the time frame is for the wipe. So if you have something at level like high 80s, low 90s, maybe be able to do it. But if you have something like in the 50s or 60s, then I'm gonna say probably not, unless it's all you're doing. So I might try and do 100 fishing and just sit there and fish like for the next however long, but we'll have to see. Added a title in which can be obtained by gathering a new fallen meteor source tied to an event which will begin in the near future. So event tied to an event which will begin in the near future. Awesome. We'll figure more out later. Oh yeah, I chatted to that 100% guy once when I was learning and streaming BitCraft. They popped into my channel. Very cool. Nice. Yeah, Metronome is really cool. She really did a lot. I think she said it took like what, 3 months to do 100%, but that's all they were doing. Literally all that they were doing. So it's going to be great that they actually they get the title. Changed. Moving while attacking no longer cancels the attack. Oh yeah, no. It's I use guy as like, hey guys, as a very generic term. So for me, like thinking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, it wasn't. They should say it no longer has 1 hour. Fixed. They fixed a lot. So there's a lot here that they did change. We got these. These were the 3 that we ended up getting. And if you've not checked out the latest Empire announcement, the Empire announcement, this is what we were talking about earlier when we said the no longer needing the Hexite shards, but the core territory capture gameplay will not be tied to premium currency. This is going to be very interesting, I think, for seeing how empires grow. Because empires could grow very big very quickly because they could throw their wallet at it. But we'll see. We will see how this works. Also, the fact that they say this ties to a blog post, which we can open. Our thoughts on monetization with the game. This is from 2021, so a long time ago. If you want to read through it, no thank you. If you want to read through it, you can. Long story short, they're trying to not be scummy and not have like a predatory mindset. Essentially, it goes into depth of like why or how or yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. This is from 2021. A lot can change. But it's very interesting that they posted it here with the blog. What my issue is with them allowing people to prospect the ores you need, winning because you have money is bad for gaming. Yeah, that's... we also figured out that you could have an empire with like one person. And if they throw thousands of dollars at it, then... One sec. I got a response. Okay. Oh. Okay. You. So server status. We are aware of an issue with reader transfers and are investigating. Perfect. Done and done. So back to this. But you could have one person spending thousands of dollars and having their own giant empire. And it is good from a company stance because you are making a lot of money. However, what people were starting to kind of like realize is like that's falling under a little bit of a scummy practice. Because the empire system, the way that it is currently, with it being hexite shards, was very conducive to trolling and exploiting and all sorts of other problems. And it caused a lot of drama for people. People were quitting the game a lot due to empires. I think people like Floofwax, who don't like empire system and is like, rise up against them, will probably like this. I'd be interested to know his feedback if he shows up at some point. Floof, we love you. So yeah, we'll have to see how this is going to be implemented before free to play. But the issue with allowing people to prospect, you're going to have probably, it depends. If it's something that you can't track, I think that would be best. But you'd have people, like one person, that's probably going to be their job. Or they're going to send like 20 people out. And so I don't know how this is going to interact with like small empires or big empires. So that's, I guess, our job to test it out coming out. It'd be interesting to see. Because if it is trackable, obviously the maps, you can just track the resources that way. Mug, we taken over the world then. I mean, when are we not? Yes, Pinky. So with that system, we'll have to see how that interacts. If it's trackable, if it's not trackable. Hopefully it's not trackable. And then probably telling people like, hey, if you see it, prioritize it. And then we also don't know if it's something that multiple people can gather, if it's like a fishing node, or if it's something that once you pick it up, it's done. We also don't know how prevalent they're going to be. We don't know if it's going to be like on a timer in a dedicated spot, or if it's going to shift like other resources. They explained it all in the stream. I didn't watch the stream, if you can't tell. Yeah. I was asleep for half of it and then streaming for the other half. And yeah. So if you wouldn't mind, you can get it in 3 ways. Perfect. Did they say when the wipe is? Not yet. Prospecting mines and meters. Okay, so that works. That works out well. Because if it's from prospecting, a single person can go do it. If it's from the mines, like, and meteors, if it was just the meteors, I would have been a little concerned. But if a solo player can just initiate it whenever they want. Awesome. Wipe is always 5 hours away unless something else is stated. I like that mindset, weirdly enough. Be like, 5 hours. You haven't said 5 hours. It just reminds me of a 5-hour energy drink. Mines can only be done by named member of an empire that have claimed the mine. Interesting. So you're gonna have to put your territory where the mines are then, I'm guessing. But yeah, that's this system I'm pretty excited for. I do hope that around 15 mines a region, grind wars. I think grind wars is probably a thing, but also we're gonna stick on this for a little bit. We have to find where the quest line is for the this. We need the coconut. Okay. I'm being told that we might be cleared. So perfect timing because we covered everything. We are going to jump back over here. We'll just minimize that. And let's see. Let's see if it works. Oh, I probably have to, yeah. Let's completely go back. Angel, thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. Grid Wars, they're going to need to have an answer for bots. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be as much of a problem while the game is still pay to play. But I know there's probably going to be a problem with free to play. What happened? With me? With this? Oh, I'm trying to transfer regions and it's not. They have an answer of bots. We won't think about it until it becomes an issue. Oh, that's the answer. No, I think knowing about bots and free to play in BitCraft is something they recognize. But it's currently not an issue. So putting that manpower and the brain power to things that are currently issues. Yeah. I mean, there are people who already bought. Weird, like, and they usually get caught. So yeah. And I think the bot was mainly for the traveler's fruit. I think that's what I was seeing reports of. Yeah, I think that was it though. I'm not sure if there was any other like botting scenarios or not. But yeah, I'm sure they're well aware that that's a thing. And then did they talk about watchtowers at all? So when you say bot, do you mean the character is just auto doing things, or do you mean having multiple accounts? The auto doing things. And ads. Sorry. I need to decide what to focus on after wipe. I really don't want to end up doing a bit of everything again. That's perfectly fine. If I was gonna say, if you know in advance what you would like to do, then I can definitely try to focus on not that at the start. That way we're not like doubling up. And then depending, I'm pretty sure Hrothgar is going to go completely Omnicrafter again. I will probably, in the end of things, go completely Omnicrafter again. But we'll have to see. We will have to see. But yeah, figure out what you want to focus on. Even if it's fishing, I will give you fishing, Mog. That's how much I love you. I will give you fishing. Yeah. As long as you also take cooking with that, that's the stipulation. No kidding. Fishing is a given for everyone though. That doesn't count. That's fair. Yeah, so yeah, let us know what you want to focus on, and then we will do other strengths. What shall I do as a fishing? Yeah, what was some of the stuff that... For me, it's helpful to work backwards. Instead of saying, what do I want to do? I tell myself, what do I not like? So going through each thing, we're going to try this again. We're going to completely exit, just in case, exit. So I do it opposite, where I'm like, I did not like this and I did not like that. And then it helps me narrow down my options, because seeing all the options, decision paralysis becomes a thing. So yeah. I enjoyed spamming tools, but you kind of need everything else to spam tools. Well, if we're going in with a core group, we will have that. That's what I'm really, really, really looking into doing. Welcome back from the ads. I'm so sorry. We were just talking, Mog and I were pretty much having a personal conversation, so you missed nothing. Absolutely nothing. We were just kind of talking about what Mog would like to do. Talking about you. When are we not talking about me? No, I'm kidding. man, I don't think I could live with myself if that was actually the ego that I had. Ugh. I didn't find fishing too fun myself. Oh, okay. Interesting, Heretic. What fishing did you do? Is it both ocean fishing and lake fishing? Because I mean, ocean fishing is kind of boring. All matter of factly, like, you are sitting at a node for 15 minutes, you go to the next node, you sit for 15 minutes, you go to a next node, you sit for 15 minutes. And then it's just depending on how much cargo you can carry. So it's the easiest way to do fishing. So yeah. I tried both with and without a little boat. Yeah, getting the cargo clipper, cargo clipper. It had 200 cargo slots, I want to say. I thought it was like 4 rows of 25. It might have been more than that or less than that. With that being the case, it 10 times 25. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it is 10 times 25. I know it's just 2 rows. So it was a lot. There was a lot of people like in a skiff that would fill up, and I'm like, I still have half my room, or even more than half my room left. And so I think getting the cargo clipper really made ocean fishing I think a little bit more enjoyable, because you could stay out there longer. I also just kind of like looking at the fish and being on the ocean. It's just pretty wallpaper to me at that point. It floats my boat, pun intended. Ow! I just hit my hand off the mic stand. Send help. I actually like whacked my knuckle really hard off of, and it's a metal mic stand. It's metal. No finger guns for me. Good pun. Sorry you injured yourself for that. I was doing finger guns and my knuckle, like, literally, and it's like I was like gonna snap too, so it was even more force. Man, what can I do with myself? Hi Kenzie, how are you doing? Oh man. Oh, good morning everyone. So yeah, I think in general, like, the lake fishing for me isn't as enjoyable as ocean fishing, because I do like being able to sit for 15 minutes and just kind of like hang out and talk to people. Ocean fishing is also best to do in groups, so that you can sit and talk for the 15 minutes. So maybe next time. Am I getting wiped already? Just me. Just me. Everyone else, you're fine. Just me. So, man, imagine the case. I wouldn't care. But yeah, the fishing fleets and stuff like that are a thing. And so, yeah, it's definitely more enjoyable. I would highly suggest trying it again, but with a group. Also, coming up with wipe stuff. I'm going to start the Adventurers Guild probably from the start. So we're going to try, I'm going to try and change everything around to do the Adventurers Guild stuff ahead of time. And then work from there. Like we'll still have like our private settlement and stuff like that, but it's going to definitely be hopefully more community focused. And I want to do a lot more community events. So then we'll start working on doing our own fishing fleet stuff. We'll work on helping people get like skiffs and their cargoes and their clippers. So I know Rybo and Caesar do their tool lotto thing. And so we might try and do like a tool event ourselves. So we'll see. I think I need hunting, leatherworking, fishing, mining, blacksmithing, woodcutting, carpenter. Then all I'm missing is rope. Give rope. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy doing those things, but my hope with going into this and having the understanding of how the game works ahead of time, supplying those things to the people who are focusing is going to be like a priority. Instead of it being like everyone just fend for themselves, I'm going to start actually trying to organize things just a tiny bit. Of course, I'm not going to like force someone to be like, you are now our carpenter. No, I'm never going to do that. Play the game how you're going to play the game. Do what you're going to do. But if someone says, this is what I enjoy, we're going to try and promote them to enjoy that even further. I guess no more BitCraft until the fixed switching regions. I'm kind of stuck. So, you are now our leader. What do I do now? No, kidding. There's a chance I'm going to end up a hermit again if they wipe. Well, it's not if they wipe, it's going to be a wipe. So things to plan for, things to look forward to. If my community will always be open to people who want to join. It's very carefree. It's very lax. If you play the game the way that you're gonna, what if I enjoy forcing people to do things? There's Pat. Pat and Hrothgar. Mog, just, yes. Pat and Hrothgar. I would not call it a wipe. I would say partial wipe. For right now, I'm just calling it wipe in general, because there's going to be a poll and they're going to vote on like what happens. So the updates I'm getting. I feel like I'm trapped in an elevator. I'm waiting for the fire department to show up. Since people will assume when you say wipe, it'll be full wipe, and BitCraft already says they won't wipe levels. Just steal fire. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a poll going out. So watch for the poll. And I know they're going to leave the decision up to the community. And so it could be like completely full wipe. It could be character thing wipe. It could be like the possibilities of what's on that poll are pretty much endless at this point. And then the community is going to decide what they want. So it's just a wipe. Also, Kenzie, I'm so sorry. They finally decided when to wipe. No, not yet. So as far as I know, there's not a confirmed date. It's calling a wipe. People will assume the worst. Yeah, I mean, wipe can tend to be like a little buzzwordy too. I would prefer a map wipe with a new map and keep character levels. So I'm going to throw this out there. for people who are saying they want to map wipe and to keep character levels, you already know that launch, they said it was going to be a full wipe. So not totally, yeah, just the levels. So getting the 100, because there is now the achievement. Do people think they would be okay with a full wipe now, and then it, you know, possibly being the full wipe, or just maps, just character levels? Because like for me, I would prefer a full wipe. That way I can know what to focus on, and we get that nostalgia again, because it's been 6 months, over 6 months, it's been 7 months. And I think BitCraft in the future is going to work really well if they decide to do like fresh start servers. Kind of like Arcade did, World of Warcraft bringing back WoW Classic. So you could every year say, hey, we're going to possibly launch, financially wise, I don't know if it's feasible, but we'll launch a new server every year for people to play on if they want to restart and play BitCraft seasonally. I personally would like to play on like a legacy server or a permanent server. So I don't know if I would go with a fresh start, if that was a possibility. I don't know. I did really enjoy WoW Classic though, so we'll see. I'm also not touching Arcade again. I know Arcade is getting an update. Touching Arcade again. Yeah. Not totally just Silva. I'm okay with anything, just a preference. Yeah. I think a lot of people are in the same boat where they have a preference, but are willing to accept anything. BitCraft as a whole tends to be a chill community. We just have a bunch of loud people that complain. You're going to get that with any game. I'm 50-50 on to play with a wipe, only because I know in 3 more months will be nothing to do again at the moment. Yeah, it depends on how much changes in that time frame. Like, I know they talked about more horizontal gameplay. I know they've talked about the minute-to-minute loops of things. They don't have an end game loop yet. Once that gets established, I think more and more people are going to be perfectly fine with. To me, dungeons were supposed to be that end game loop, but it's not. And doing the tier 7 dungeons requiring like 12 people, it's really hard to get that established unless we literally formed like a raid group. We don't have cow, so we don't have our raid leader. I prefer a full wipe since it will be way more useful for the devs. It gives people opportunity to explore things that they weren't able to explore in the first place because they're dedicated their time to something else. Giving people the chance to, I guess, like feel that nostalgia again, to interact. I personally would like to interact with the new tutorial. I do have my alt. I could technically buy another alt if I really wanted to. I want to see the beginning gameplay because I have heard that they're going to try and change that, or they have changed a little bit of the tutorial already. Something along those lines. And I want to see like everyone back at like the starter towns. And like one of the biggest reasons why I want a full wipe as well is like the settlements. I would like to start over completely fresh and have one settlement that we focus on and not 4 different settlements. Like that was a growing pains, learning mistakes. That's all about early access for me. Learn from the mistakes, learn the new mechanics, and see what happens for the future. And so I know a lot of people at this point who are yay, full wipe. So I appreciate that you're on my bandwagon. But yeah, Chaotic, what would you see as being an endgame loop? What would be a fun endgame loop for you in the sense of BitCraft? I do kind of agree the dungeons were a waste of dev time. I think they were presented with such hype, and especially that first day where they unlocked the timer, so it didn't have like the hour timer, I think was very misleading for people. I know that was the reason Cal left. Cal was like, I can't trust what's going to happen in the future. He was really looking forward to dungeons. And with it being then on an hour timer, and he was like, no. So I don't know if he's going to plan to come back to BitCraft. As far as I know, he's not. He, as a whole, is like one and done for most things. So, yeah. There's a raid group in Region 7. Wait, not Region 7. There's a raid group doing all the Tier 7 in all regions every Saturday. Yeah, I think it starts in Region 6. Aram does it. The only problem with that is it doesn't work out for my time frame. I can barely ever do anything on the weekends. Weekends are my days off, and that's also when, you know, my husband's days off are. So we tend to spend the time together. I might start doing a little bit more like impromptu streams on the weekends. But yeah, what I would try and do is say, hey, are you interested in doing dungeons? Yes or no? Let's form like a raid group, and then say, hey, is anyone interested from this raid group to do this dungeon at this time? And make sure it's like at a time that everyone can. I used to be a WoW guild leader, so I know how this works. So we can possibly do something like that. We need ins. I like that. I think implementing more roleplay settlement stuff will be very helpful in the future. I think the game world would pop off differently next time since the city style is different now. The city style is different now. Oh, yeah, the ancient ruins being all like cool. The end game is flattening the rocky gardens to one height. I actually thought about doing that. Because I live right next to the rocky garden. And I was like, if I flatten this whole thing, would resources still spawn? So I think so. And I thought about that as like a project so that I didn't have to fight with stuff. Endgame loop has to be a seasonal map you can join on a different map and last 1 month where you get different cosmetics and loot. Okay, so hello. I think they talked about that. I don't know. I might be thinking of Dune, because I know Dune does that with the desert. But I know from way back in the day, they said that they could spawn new continents and new regions. So it's a possibility. I do think having some place that is open to everyone and rotates would be kind of nice. Having like weeklies would be kind of nice. Having monthlies are kind of nice. I do have an issue with a full wipe. It will mean that a part of the community will be pissed since the devs promised not to do A until release and did A. Yeah. It boils down to people feeling lied to. That's it. They might, if the devs hadn't said anything to start with, I don't think there'd be as much drama behind this. So yeah, I think only talk about the things that you know are permanent. Yeah. you shoot yourself in the foot to be like, I'm going to wear pink all next week, and then I show up in my normal black. Well, I've lied to you guys, but you were looking forward to seeing me in pink. Yeah, the same thing happened and making promises that can't be kept. And I don't mean that as just Clockwork. I mean that for video games as a whole. Look at Ash's creation. Like, there's an entire go watch Josh Strife his video. It talks all about it, and like lack of trust and stuff like that. Amazing videos. I do, but the overworld stays. Yeah, I think if you had like a single event thing, honestly, if you had something that was like a floating city and it relocated on the map each week, I think that'd be really freaking cool. So like it could be like at the base of region 1, or it could be at the base of like region 6. It could be like region 5. Like, it would give people a reason to like not be at region 5, because you couldn't have it at region 5. As EU, I miss it most times as well. Yeah, Angel, it's bad. GM, Cam, how are you? Sorry, I'm just now getting through to saying good morning. Good morning. How are you? They will spawn. It'll take a few days before they spawn back, but they do spawn. Event stuff? Is that... now they have outposts, when at first there was required to make full cities with all the skills required. Oh, this is a pre-launch wipe? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that condescendingly. I had to think about it for a second, because I was like, I don't think I've heard anything. So yeah, pre-launch wipe. All the quit moments Josh talks about, all the quit moment Josh talks a lot about those. Yeah. Oh yeah. If anyone kept playing and not for fun and didn't think there would ever eventually be a wipe, they were lying to themselves. Yeah, some people didn't think there was ever going to be a wipe. A lot of people thought this was full launch. Yeah, I do feel bad for them, but I do hope they see like the positive side of it and as a learning experience. And again, Josh's video talking about it being all about the community, and this is just a chat room for people to play in. So I think that also is going to be a huge thing, is new players having a core community will be very important off the get-go. Because we know the game, you can solo, but is not recommended. I have completely changed my stance on that. I was like, oh yeah, I'll play solo, I'll play duo. And then like at this point, going through early access, there's no way I would want to play solo at all. Dude, time to add the nether in BitCraft. Imagine how cool that would be. I played until I learned it all. And wait, best part on this game is the first month for sure. Yeah, it also depends. It is a marathon, not a sprint, to get the fullest enjoyment out of it. And so like if people are sprinting, you're going to get it done with the content very quickly. Same thing with Hytale right now. Hytale has the same issue. There's not a lot of content, unless you're doing the mod stuff, because doing the mod stuff, that's endless content. So for me, I still have a long way to go for BitCraft. Most of my stuff's in the 60s. I have at highest tier 6 settlement. My construction's at 60. My sailing is, I think, at like 55 or something like that. So like I still have a long way to go, but I took the game very slowly. I like playing the alphas since we played for like 1 to 5 months, and then had half a year break. Interesting. You think the half of year break was useful. I guess to some degree, if people think that it's a chore, giving players that break is kind of nice. I think, honestly, I might suggest this with the talks of, well, we know there's going to be a wipe, we just don't know when. Pausing all of the DK for settlements so that people can go enjoy the parts of the game that they haven't been able to yet, because it's not going to matter. I think suggesting that would be pretty nice. They didn't, I know it was suggested over the holidays to pause because people were going to be on break. People did lose their towns over Christmas break because they couldn't fill them. So, yeah. But yeah, with a full wipe. Yeah. If you're sprinting, then yes, you need the time in between. Okay. That's what wipe everything today and let it all burn. I actually, like, if they said they were wiping tomorrow in 5 hours, I love that. I wouldn't be upset. I really wouldn't. I know a lot of people would not feel that way. And I was gonna say, as a content creator, it's kind of hard to also plan for, like, if you have no prep time, then it feels bad. But yeah, I tend to go on the seat of my pants anyhow, so it doesn't affect me as being a ball of chaos. I do like to plan things, and I do like to plan things well in advance. That way I'm not like scrambling, but I do adapt very well to scrambling in video games and being like, oh shit, we have to do this. If we were allowed to keep one thing, it would be pets and cosmetic that is in the vault. Well, premium stuff. You keep all of your premium stuff, but you don't, yeah, you don't keep like the getting to level 20, getting to level 60 costumes and stuff like that. I do think if something had like an extremely low drop rate, kind of like Tony's hat, I think that could have an argument to be kept. But also like trying to get it again. It keeps people playing the game. If I have a group to play with and everyone wanted to do one thing, I would load up my 6 ults and go ham again for at least a month. I think, yeah. I was gonna say, I think to a degree, alts being the speedrun part of it and the sprint. How does that work if you bought the premium pet from someone else in the game? I'm pretty sure they get it back because it's in... Check your hub. Okay. That is going to give you the definitive answer. Enjoy your lurk, Mog. If you don't know how to get to the hub, it is the main... it is the main website. So go to the official website, log in. Everything that's there is what you keep. That's the part I enjoy, though. Finding the fastest is the best way to do a crap. Yeah. You are a sprinter, and that's perfectly fine. Like, absolutely perfectly fine. Play the game how you enjoy playing the game. If you're like, hey, I'm gonna try, like, Kamalu? Kamalu? The first tier 10 settlement. Like, that's what they did. To them, there's people who play MMOs for the story. There's people who play the MMOs for the fashion, the gameplay, the journey. And there's plenty of people out there that go, I just want to do endgame. I want to be max level. As soon as they hit max level, they quit. To them, that's enjoyable. And that's perfectly fine. There's a lot more things in the game now, so people would make progress differently. Yeah, I think progress will be very different with outposts, because one of the things that slowed down progress was not being able to process things in a timely fashion if you had to go across the map. But with outposts, you could have that tier 6 cave, put an outpost there, do the tier 6, get the outpost to tier 6, refine it all, take it back home. And outposts are way faster to get up and running than full settlements. So I think due to that, I think it's going to go quicker. I do think it's going to go quicker because the travel time is one of the biggest things for slowing the gameplay down. And then I think learning what the economy is going to be like for early game is also very important, because we know codexes are going to be so freaking important, because you need the codexes for your housing, you need the codexes for settlements, you need the codexes for building outposts. So if you are looking at just playing the game for hex coins, I highly suggest in the very beginning, sell codexes. Because there's gonna be a lot of people out there that want to rush to get stuff done, but they aren't going to have the time to actually gather the resources. So there's a lot more things. Yeah, I read that, but the thing refreshed. So yeah, I think at the current standpoint, what I'm personally going to do in prep of things is maybe I can try to hit level 100 in fishing. Maybe. We'll see. Getting these pets, I don't think the jackal pet will be on the hub, stuff like that. So I might focus on things that are going to leapfrog, but I think that's the only thing is going to be like getting fishing to 100. They also talked about redoing the start of tower claiming for empires. All towers will be claimed the start of the server. Oh, that's interesting. And they will slowly go down like our own towers. That is a very interesting way to do it. Just remove empires entirely. Kenzie, I'm curious. What do you think about the new empire system? I know you hate empires as a whole, which is why I'm curious of this, is because it's not going to be premium currency anymore. It's going to be stuff that you do in game. So it's going to be accessible to everyone. You don't have to spend money. What's your thoughts on that? Does it still not matter? I think there's going to be slightly less drama. There's still going to be drama, 100%. But I think there's going to be slightly less drama this time around with the empire system if it's not premium currency, because then people actually have to work for it. I do hope that the empire stuff is not tradable. So if you do the mining and meteor stuff, because if it is tradable, then you're just trading real life money for hex coins at that point, and then someone can hoard a bunch of it and then sell it off, and yeah. So making it untradeable would be very, very, very important. It is tradable. No. Well, I would say tradable within your empire. You can trade to like someone who is in your empire, but I think outside of your empire, it should be untradeable. I just hate them shoehorning PvP in the game, but making it more difficult to exploit would be awesome. Oh, the Hexite capsule part will stay the same. Okay. So you would trade... You'd trade I'm just going to say meteorites. So you would trade meteorites into capsules, which I mean at this point is just taking the premium currency step, and then like, so yeah. And if you can trade capsules, then that doesn't really matter. So okay, no, I do see. I was thinking the meteorite shards were the capsules, and I was gonna be like, nah, be able to use them in your empire, and that's it. AKA Obi bought it to high heaven. Yeah. Seems like we are still stuck in the elevator, waiting for the fire department. So, my personal thing, what I'm going to do at the current moment when we get back into the game, I want to consolidate a lot more stuff. I was going to Region 3 to get the Slayer stuff, and then hopefully get back home. We'll see. And then I know I want to take Alcatraz, take all the stuff off of it, transfer it to Fisher's Delight. Depending on wipe timetable, I will stop worrying about trying to keep things fed. Because we definitely know it's going to be a map wipe because of the whole Empire thing. So we definitely know that it's going to be a map wipe. And so trying to keep up with my settlements at this point, I'm just like not going to worry about it. I will do what makes you happy. Do what makes you happy. Hopefully will be resolved in the next 5 minutes. Okay. So, hopefully we can get back to it soon. Hopefully, if not, well, we will still be sitting here talking 5 years later. Imagine 5 years later, and we blink, and it's, again, the snap, the blink, it is 5 years later, and like the game is like completely finished. I'm like, whoa, biggest update ever. That'd be so... What makes me happy is making things and dropping them into chests for other people in the town to use. I also enjoy doing that. Ashes of creation time, guys. BitCraft just fired all the devs. No. Ow. Just smacked myself with the thing. I also enjoy helping other people. To my detriment, especially with BitCraft, because I was doing so much that I was not enjoying. I was still enjoying, but I was not focusing on things that I personally wanted to do. I was focusing on like getting the settlement up, doing stuff like that. And that day, the weekend that I took to re-roll my tools and stuff like that. Yeah. Finding time to do things that you enjoy is very important. Everyone re-roll in New World. I did hear the Ashes of Creation server, like nothing's being maintained and it's just up because it's up. And so if it crashes, or if the company realizes that they're not paying the thing anymore, they'll take it down. But as of right now, it's in limbo, which I think is really funny. So you can still get on the server. It's not being sold anywhere. Steam apparently froze their assets, which I think is really freaking awesome on Steam's part. So they are giving anyone who bought it through Steam a full refund, which I think is also awesome. It doesn't matter how long you've played. And so I think they're using like the assets that they froze to do that, which good on them. Yeah, very like Valve is very consumer oriented, player oriented. Yeah, I mean they are. Ooh, 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 ooh. So something's happening. Something's happening. We've been rescued by the fire department, guys. We have been rescued. Yay. I'm thanking people. Okay. I've been playing the whole time. Were you this unlucky with not... It's because I transferred regions. So if you've been staying in the same region, then it was perfectly fine. The problem was I went from region 9 to region 3, and connecting those regions broke. So staying in regions, but it seems like it's fixed. So if you do need to transfer regions, you are free to transfer regions. Give me one quick sec, guys. I'm gonna be right back. We're back. But yeah, it seems fixed. We're going to confirm when we try to go back home as well. So we got down here. And we'd be like, don't leave me stuck in region 3. Chitin. Jackal fur. Hold shift to interact. Oh. Okay. Okay. I see. I see what you did there. I don't... The fact that it only stacks to 10. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Whatever shall we do? I guess we're going home and then coming back. I guess that is what we're doing. Maybe they should turn Region 5 into the Black Zone from Albion Online. I'm not familiar with this. It feels so weird being in this. Oh, I should check. North Ember Isle has 25 days. Ember Isle has 39 days. 14 days? I guess I'm still part of that. I didn't realize. Okay. So we don't have to worry about this. As far as I know. Okay. Let's head home. Let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Okay. Whew. Look at the giant totem now. Ah, man. For a second there, I was worried. Okay. Let's go back. Spend all of our teleport points. Just trying to, transfer Jackal fur. Teleport. Yeah. 20. I should have done that in the first place. Oh well. But yeah, what is the Black Zone from Albion Online? Oh, yeah, they did finally take the towers that were down here. So, my crown shrunk, but it's fine. I don't mind. Okay. So that's everything. There wasn't anything else that I needed. We still have some capsules down here. Doesn't really matter at this point. So yeah, let's head back home. At some point, I wanted to transfer if I had some tier 5 stations, but I think we've upgraded all of them to tier 6. So, teleport back. Basically a PvP area where if you die, you lose your inventory. Oh, they had one of those in PAX Day too. Oh, wow. Sure. I have to do my farming at some point. Store all done. Okay. I hope we have enough jackal fur. So there we go. I can go without another game where you lose your stuff in PvP. Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually played in one of those because I very greatly choose not to waste my time. They seem to want to force that. I don't think so. It might happen because they want to please everyone, but I honestly don't think that it's something that's being forced. Because I was gonna say, they don't necessarily, oh, what? at this point, we've seen they listen to their community. And so with this whole poll situation and people saying that they don't want PvP, I'm pretty sure to some degree there's going to be PvP at some point. I mean, you already have the Jackal the duels system, so you can't. Oh shit. No. Let's finish this because I realized my inventory is full. I guess I could cart, but I don't necessarily want to. So yeah, if it's opt-in, I don't care. So you get it. Don't want to waste my time. Yeah, if I was some sort of like PvP god, I can see, okay, that's fine. But I'm a scrub when it comes down to like PvP stuff. And so because I'm a scrub, I know I'm just going to lose. So what's the point in me attempting? I asked in the Discord, was confirmed that any premium item given away at the Christmas event is going to be part of the wipe. Yeah. Yep. There's 800 other games if people want that. Yeah, but let's just face reality. It's probably gonna happen. And again, as long as it's opt-in, that's fine. If it's really about PvP, you can literally just add a PvP, PvE on and off toggle, and those people can turn it on and have at it. Exactly. Exactly. I know for a fact they understand that people see this game as cozy, and there are going to be people that don't want PvP at all. So opt-in is definitely a thing. Watch, it's gonna be like right there. I don't understand the new obsession with games that have forced PvP or gating the good loot in PvP areas. Yeah, no. It's easy. I know why devs do it to a degree, because it's lazy content. It gives people hundreds of hours of something to do that they don't have to make content for. So it is just very, 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 very lazy game design. But there are people out there that literally only play games that have PvP. I have a friend that's like that. He all he wants to do is play PvP stuff. And so if it doesn't have like a good PvP system, he won't touch it. But spends hundreds of hours doing competitive PvP stuff. So yay, we got it. Is there anything else here? You've already gathered all you can from this. Nice. So we now has baby jackal. Aww. Look at that. He's super cute. I thought it was going to take way more fur than this. Yep, and it's going to be probably on a small little island, or it's going to be in their opt-in. I mean, honestly, having the combat in the system is definitely not complicated at all. If they introduced PvP, it's going to be super simple. It's just going to be who has the better weapon. That's pretty much it. The combat is very, 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 very simple. But yeah, just right click on someone and then you just follow them, shooting them with an arrow. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Imagine if they added PvP to Animal Crossing. I'm sure there's plenty of people who would be like, yeah. Okay. Turn in. Done. Okay. Now we go speak to Elise. But yeah, I mean, honestly, having played Black Desert Online, forced PvP is not fun. Yeah. I played World of Warcraft on a PvP server. Not fun. Oh, I guess? You have to activate, and you can only activate one quest at a time, I'm guessing. Well, it could... I don't know. I don't know. You want to tame an alpha jackal. It won't be easy. They're very proud creatures who will only follow those they consider to be the strongest. There'll be no convincing an adult alpha jackal, but we can perhaps tame one of their puppies. To do this, you'll have to challenge the alpha jackals in their den, bring me 100 alpha jackal furs and 25 jackal fangs so that I might make a challenge trophy for them. Oh, and bring me 15,000 hex coins as well. My services don't come freely. So we'll still need to get alpha jackal stuff. But yeah, no, a lot of times PvP is a waste of time. It is just a time sink. Oh, I need 20. Oh, that's not terrible. And so what she says is bring me all the stuff, do all the work, and then pay me for it. Yeah. Yeah. Elise's like that. But yeah, PvP to me is not rewarding. I like battleground PvPs. So I played Blade and Soul, and I actually did the PvP. I was on the wrong thing. The PvP in that game quite a bit. But yeah, forced PvP, losing your stuff, or the ability for people to ruin your gameplay time. That's the part that's like not okay. If people can ruin your gameplay time by doing something hyper toxic, yep, no. But PvP is player-made content which lasts forever. Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. It's very lazy development. That's why it's smart, but no one has done it right in my mind, except even done it right in my opinion. I imagine you're saying Eve. Yeah. Okay. Eve and Albion maybe. People were saying Albion was hyper toxic and not good, but I never played Albion. So Eve is its own beast. Yeah, I would say Eve is definitely its own beast. Eve doesn't even do it right. They have too much focus on null politics. I mean, politics in a game as well is one of those things where it's very easy for devs to implement because it's also a forever thing. So yeah. Oh, why don't... Oh. I guess I can't track it. I was hoping I could track them. But I guess not. I can track huntable animals, but not monsters. Got it. Best PvP I had was Dark Age of Camelot. Oh my gosh. Objectives, PvP leveling, no one loses progress. Yeah. Battleground leveling, or battleground PvP. to me is good. I guess we could just wait for that alpha near our home to just respawn 19 more times. For PvP in this game, but it doesn't, oop. For people, it doesn't affect the PvP player at all. Just like settlements make money out of nothing when you use their stations, empires gain resources out of nothing when you gather in their area, which would make where you put your empires important, and people who want to fight over land can. Well, it sounds like there's going to be caves that people can claim. So there are going to be points of actually having empires like in certain areas. So yeah, politics and war is definitely going to happen. WoW made PvP work by taking the players out of it. What do you mean taking the players out of it? Are you talking like Alterac Valley? Because that is both PvP and PvE oriented. Look at all those tiles. Bye. Jackals. But yeah, I leveled a hunter actually, doing nothing but battlegrounds. So yeah. Against bots. Warframe. The index is technically PvP against bots. Wow, there's like no alpha jackals. I guess we'll have to head back home and fight the one near our stuff. But yeah. BitCraft can bring PvP to Starfell as long as it's opt-in. I don't care. I actually probably it would probably force people to level weapons and gear and make toolsmiths relevant, because like I said, the only way to PvP would be weapon versus weapon, because there's no like real skill base. There is definitely not really a skill base in this game. They made the Sentinel a tiny bit skill based, where you had to run out of the AoE. But even then, sometimes, like, with the movement, you might not get to. So, yeah. Most PvPs that are skill-based are usually WASD focused. Usually. You have League of Legends that is click-based. Dota's that's click-based, but very, very... I don't consider that PvP MMOs. I consider that's MOBAs. That's specifically MOBAs. But yeah. It's usually WASD. It's usually skill-based. But yeah. I personally, like, I was talking about this the other day where I'm like, I want to try Out of Action, which is a new shooter, but I'm going to wait until there's like more to it. And like that to me, I'm like PvP. But again, opt in. If I don't feel like getting my day ruined. Slowly but surely. We need 16 more. Take all the dev time trying to do that and instead build in controller-based input. I mean, that's different departments though. So you could have them working on it at the same time, technically. It's the same like art department and stuff like that. But yeah, I think people were saying BitCraft worked on the Steam Deck. I think that's what people were saying. I'm not 100% sure because I don't own a Steam Deck. But if that's the case, that's kind of cool. And I think you just keybind it with the controller settings or something of the sort. So I honestly think that BitCraft on the Switch would go hard. Roberto, hello. Yes, I play on it every day. That's awesome. Does it work as like you just keybind the buttons? I'm curious how that system actually works. Last time I tried it was really hard to do things like chopping trees. I mean, you can always do like a remote desktop as well, something like that. So you could click on things using your phone, I guess. I forget what game I was playing, but I did that as well. I did actually use my phone to remote in. Trackpad for mouse. Okay. Yeah. As long as you can left and right click. Wait, how do you use shift right click on the Steam Deck? How does that work? Right trigger for left click and right trigger. Oh, right trigger for left click and left trigger for right click. Okay, so right trigger for left click and left trigger for right click. So you have them switched. Push thumbstick in. Oh. Okay. That's pretty cool. Now, that... Oh, I need to be attacking. I was gonna say, that only works with Steam Deck stuff. Do you have to... Do you configure the settings through Steam Deck, or do you configure the settings through BitCraft? Yeah, the triggers are flipped because of how you normally hold controllers. Thumbstick in for shift, yeah, that's what... That's actually, like, I don't... Dude. Cow would hate me if I was like, hey, I want a Steam Deck. Because there's really no point if I'm home. Just play on the computer. It is really nice to like lay in bed and play a game though. The other thing I would like to see at some point would be a companion app for BitCraft. I think that would go really well so that you could like keep up with your crafts via the companion app or keep up with supply costs with the companion app. Like, there's ways that a companion app for this game would go really well. And I guess with... Could you do that since it's now open code? Could someone literally just make that? Because it's open code now? Or mostly open code? I don't know how that works. A companion app and call it Little Bitty. Itty bitty BitCraft. You have BitCraft online and then BitCraft not online? Ten. We're halfway there. We are halfway there. Whoa. You know, it helps to eat. Xbox Ally X. What is an Xbox Ally X? Oh, is it just another like Steam Deck type thing? BitJita Mobile? I mean, you can already use BitJita through like online website, so I think it wouldn't be hard to do that. But I'm thinking of stuff that would actually like be sort of gameplay-esque. So being able to craft things or keep crafts going. Because I think that right now, crafting is the biggest time sink. Crafting is the biggest time sink. Because some crafts take like 45 minutes to an hour, especially like higher levels. And like you could set an alarm for like your farm timers. The only problem with that, the only problem I can see really with it is people wouldn't be like you wouldn't see the character online. And I think a lot of people would just use their phone. So, what? Oh. Would you look at that? This terrain is terrible. Can I seriously not get around? Wow. Yay! We get a traveler's fruit. You'd want it to directly talk to the game server like the client does? Yeah, pretty much. That would be... I think ultimately what I'd be looking at. So, I haven't tried it yet, but Warframe supposedly has a companion app where you can use your foundry. I thought there was more alpha jackals than that. Oh. It looked like, oh. There are. They're just around. I know if I were to start BitCraft over again, I wouldn't touch lumber stuff. Well, I mean, did you burn yourself out the first time? So, okay. let's discuss that. What, having started over, like starting over with BitCraft, what would you do? I don't think we finished the topic with Mog. Mog was saying like being a toolsmith, which would require like 4-5 different skills. And like they were saying, you could just buy the rope or get the rope from someone else. What are people like looking towards? For me personally, I know I'm gonna have to do like Scholar for Codex to get like a settlement up and running. So that's like not debatable. That'll be something that I have to do. I don't know if like maybe fishing, but like just having fish oil to me, I don't think is too problematic. Like fish oil tends to be something that's pretty easy to come by because everyone fishes. So I would want to try and like focus on something that that I can do that would actually contribute. Like, I guess like lack of a better phrase, contribute soloing. I think that would be the best way to describe that. Farming and tree chopping, in my opinion, the most fun. I have actually started to like farming. Four more. Let's see. I guess we can start heading back home and just catch the 4 more heading back home. Yeah, I have definitely started to enjoy farming more because you set it and forget it and then you just process. So that alone to me is fine. It's tailoring to me is the worst. I do not like tailoring because of how many processes it goes through. So you have to do the farming and you have to do the tailor side of it. So just stop all day until your fish brings poo and you have to wait for farm times. That's true, though. I didn't think about that. I forgot. I forgot that fish would be fertilizer, which is extremely helpful. So, what do I focus on? I definitely think I need to pay attention to hunting more after the wipe. That's like a must. Look at the 2 pieces that I didn't. Man, that's funny. Metronome secretly having a aneurysm with my 2 spots of land not fulfilled. You can't do anything in this game without poo and buckets. I'd want to be part of a functional town, not just a group of soloers. That's why I had a character called Bucket and Put. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Kenzie, that's what I'm planning on trying to be a little bit more organized this time around. The only problem with that is like I don't want to make people, so for example, if someone decides they burn out, we lose that person. So I don't like not having a backup plan. I don't like being reliant on other people personally. So I would probably still Omnicraft. I think Hrothgar would probably still Omnicraft. But I think what we could do is organize it a bit more so that it'd be like, hey, do what your favorite thing is, but we're going to come together and put it like in a thing. Well, assigning a task to someone is different than people picking the roles themselves. So I would want them to pick the roles themselves so that we know it would be enjoyable for them. And then go from there and be like, hey, can we make sure that we have XYZ done? But the problem is it's being reliant on other people. Unless you have a guild of like hundreds of people where you can have like 5 people doing the same thing and have backup roles. Yeah. But yeah, what I would try to do myself is just fill in the gaps. So if someone wants to do fishing, if someone wants to do carpentry, if someone wants to do farming, like I have a feeling no one's going to want to do hunter. Do I personally want to do hunter? Not really. But if that's what we have as our weak link, then that's what I would do. But forcing people to do a task is recipe for burnout. They're going to make it, the game for then becomes a chore. It becomes a job, and it's no longer a game. It's no longer fun. Working towards something, awesome, great. But forcing people to do something over and over and over and over again, they need to choose that for themselves. But yeah, I would like to have someone doing one of everything. So like if we had a dedicated carpenter, if we have a dedicated person to do something, I would love that. And then I could keep track of it and be like, hey, go see this person. Or if we need supplies, I can literally message that person and be like, hey, can I get these supplies from you? And then we could also recruit. Hey, we're looking for a hunter. We're looking for someone who enjoys doing foraging. Like, we can, at that point, pull people in that fill certain roles. Omnicrafting is about itself. It's if everyone is hoarding all their stuff themselves instead of storing and using common storage. Yeah, that's one thing I'm looking at also changing in the future. Yay, we got our 20 home. Because not everyone is okay with that. Not everyone is okay with having a communal shared, because then, like, what do they have to show for it? Or if they need an item, it's again reliant on other people. Moving forward, I want to... How many things do we need? 25. I want to be more communal. I want to make more open storage. They've talked about before doing like guild bank, warehouse, whatever. So once that's implemented, it'd be easier. I don't mind having a house and then just adding people to the claim so that they can use the stuff. So I'm more open with it, but I'm not going to force someone to give up their stuff if they don't want to. So there are people, or there are going to be communities out there that are like 100% you have to drop off every single thing that you have, but then usually those players walk away the first. Because then they're like, well, I did this for everyone else, and then they have nothing themselves at that point. And so, yeah, it's a fine balance. Some people are okay with it, some people aren't. I think hunting wouldn't be as bad the next time around with the wagon follow changes, right? Stuff like that. I know what to rush with, like getting my ox, stuff like that. So I don't think hunting is going to be as bad, and getting the hunting goat. I don't know what level you get the hunting goat, but that's also an option. If it's like level 10, great. So like stuff like that, we'd have to like see. Hunting was so fun, but bad when you last played. Yeah, hunting did get a lot better with certain mechanics that were implemented. A lot of the social progress of BitCraft worked differently. Because the systems didn't work in the beginning, there wasn't a way to keep people from stealing everything from storages, so you had to give things to players directly instead of just dropping in a chest. Yeah, and like storage permissions, I have a feeling is going to be implemented at some point. That was the biggest thumbs up from like the quality of life thing, was like storage permissions. And so once the storage permissions get implemented, oh yeah, I think more people would be open to doing community-based stuff where they know that if someone decides to like go on a rampage, they don't just steal everything. So yeah. But yeah, we'll have to see. Did you acquire the alpha jackal fur and fangs? Yes. Excellent. I will make them into an alpha jackal challenge. This will only take a moment. All done. That was a very quick moment. You should take this to an alpha jackal den. Place this at the alpha jackal puppy den within. The alpha jackals will become enraged and attack you. If you defeat them, the alpha jackal puppy will become loyal to you. Find an alpha jackal den in the world. Enter the den. What the did... If you lose this, you can buy another one from Elise. That's really awesome. Find an alpha jackal den in the world. Enter the den. Right-click the baby jackal den within. Defeat the enraged alpha jackals that emerge and use their claws on the baby jackal den to claim your new pet. Anyone else confused? I have to find an alpha jackal den in the world. Okay, go to region chat. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, that was the server thing. Okay. There are 2 fixed locations on the region. Yeah, there's one just east of 24-hour. There are 2 fixed locations in the region, one just east of 24-hour service. So we have to... We are trying to find 24-hour services. I don't know where 24-hour services are. Heh, Yggdrasil. Northwest. Northwest. Aha. Okay. Thank you. What do we have? We have 2 items in our inventory. We can teleport. Teleport here. Yes. We're gonna have to run, but that's fine. Perfectly fine. We are going down here, and they said it was where from? East. Just east. Okay. Oh. It's down there. So it's strictly south. Okay. We could get on a goat. Or a deer. It would probably be faster, but it seems like there's going to be rivers we have to cross. My nails have been funky. I think I just need to file my, or not file, but chop my nails all the way down. Hey, that is the, wow, that's a really late redeem. I'm on a goat. Got it. The I'm on a boat. Da, 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 da. No. No. Oh, I guess there's one up here too. Well, I don't have anything up there unlocked. It's fine. Okay. So we need to go into this territory. Murder. Haha, that's cute. Murder park. Do. So. Fishing at 73. If we do nothing but fishing, I wonder. Oh, I should have gone over. That's fine. So apparently, let's see. How far away? Still all the way south. Okay. Still all the way south. I bet there's a road, and I just missed it. I bet there's a road. Do you guys? You go east to west. Do not go south. That was one thing, coming to Region 9, there's a lot of roads. There's a lot of roads, which I think is fantastic for seeing like player made stuff. Ooh, okay, that's cool. It shows you on the map the quests like location thing. That's super cool. Nice. Okay. I forget what I was talking about before I got distracted by quest stuff. Yay! Oh, roads. Thank you. Yay, we got it. Now, can I do this over again? Can I do this multiple times? I wonder if I can do it multiple times. That was one hard challenge. I know, guys, that was terrible. But the roads in general, like, it makes it feel more like a living world. Where just having like settlements, I guess it like kind of feels very barren in between locations, but walking around and being like, oh, hey, look, there's a road. And then you're like, where does this road take me? Stuff like that, I think is really cool. And I know Region 9 has done a lot of that. Yeah. Alpha puppy. How do I get the white one? Or is this RNG colored? What? How do I get the white one? Interesting. I brokered it. Okay. Let's teleport back home. You gotta ask yourself if you want to do more active or more passive thing. Just fishing is legit 90% passive. Yeah. The other quest, there's another quest. So I did the quests so far. So I got the puppy. Yeah, there's nothing more. Okay. Actually, no. Okay. Never mind. So I guess that was it. I don't know where the white one comes from. This one's cute though. Okay. Where was the notes? Oh, it's in a different window. I was like, I had the patch notes, but the patch notes were in a different window. Yeah. There's like a bright white. Maybe random drop from killing jackals. Hmm. I don't know. Floof! Hi, Floof. What you think of the update? Yeah. You has puppies? Yay, puppies. But yeah, what are you thinking of the wipe and empires and stuff like that? I was talking about you earlier, talking about like you not liking empires, and I was wondering how you like this new system for the empires. So there was that. I'm excited. I am excited for the wipe and for like the empire system and the new updates. I'm really excited to see what happens like moving forward. Because it sounds like there's gonna be a lot that's in the pipeline that's coming, and things that were talked about that on the dev streams where they're like, yeah, we're gonna implement this. I guess there's supposed to be a roadmap at some point soon. If empires actually give something to the players, that would be cool. I think Minch was talking about a buff or something. Ooh, that would be kind of cool. Like if you're in your empire area. That would be kind of cool. What you planning on doing, Floof, with the wipe? Are you planning on trying the solo grind again? Are you gonna come back to us? What's are you giving up entirely? Like what's the plan? What's the plan, Stan? Jeez, how many of these did I plant? I guess all of it. I planted all of it. I don't really get what empires could do that guilds wouldn't do 100 times faster, better. Having your name on the map. He was even floating the idea that donating whatever the replacement hexite shard will be, donating those to an emperor will give you a buff. More interesting than just unbridled megalomania. Yeah. I'm definitely excited to see how that plays out. And if people find ways to exploit it very quickly. Cuz I know the hexite thing was very exploitable very quickly cuz you could just buy shards. Having your name on the map is a main problem though. At least they made it so you could turn it off. Yep. For people who don't care about it at all, they can turn it off. Which I think is nice. Okay. Let's... I'm just gonna put this in farming for right now. We'll worry about that later. We has a lot of tier 5 chum. So, okay. That's going to be a problem. I'm not going to be able to hit... No, I can. Never mind. Never mind. My brain farted. Okay. Where is... can I not click it? Oh, I guess not. Where... let's just drop it down here. You don't know this emote? What? How do I... Where do I get these emotes? It says you don't know this emote. What? I guess I don't know the emote. Where do you get the emotes? You need to hit a certain level to get them? I was gonna say, because level 70 fishing, you'd figure that's kind of high, but I guess not. Does it say anything? Yeah. There it is. So you have to go to achievements. Okay. Now we can do it. That's actually kind of nifty. So people could stand around and be like, here's my profession, here's my job, let me show you this item. This is my rod, there's many like it, but this one's mine. Exactly. My pants changed. Watch my pants. For some reason it changed. It went white for a second. That was interesting. Okay. Are you sure you want to take this potentially dangerous item when someone turns it on? That's funny. And prelocated natural towers with initial energy that depletes over time after wipe to make early land grabs expensive. That's pretty cool. Relocated natural towers. Yeah, I predict these tool show-off emotes will be showing up in a lot of people's group photos just before wipe, probably. Having, like, if someone has a legendary item and stuff like that. What are we in? We're in leather. Let's swap this. Actually, I don't think I need... There we go. Yeesh. Let's go fishing. Let's see how many frogs we can get. I really want to work on kittens, but... Hi, Lutra! How are you? How was this morning? How many fires did you have to put out? We are looking for tier 5 frenzied track. And this is near Stony Gardens, I think. It was wild. I'm sure there was a lot of pressure. Time to go watch the Muppet Show. It was funny because I had gotten stuck on the load screen and I was telling people that it felt like I was in an elevator and waiting for the fire department. And I was like, this is actually very true. Don't talk about the Canadian Parliament like that. But yeah, I thought it was funny. But we did actually talk about a lot of the updates and wipe stuff, so. But yeah, Floof, you were saying dedicated things. That's a bug that loves to show up quite often, don't know why. Yeah. I think every single like major patch has had it. Which I think is interesting. It's like you need to stay where you are. Is this a large one? Yeah, that's a large one. I could have sworn I would have found tier 5 by now, but we're just gonna sail the 7 seas and wait to see. Teehee. Da-da. I'm gonna miss my ship. But I have a feeling I'm not gonna give up on tasks this time around. Look at all the little random little pots that are just floating in the air. Because I did very quickly give up on doing tasks. I'm like, what's the point? Well, there is a point, and I think figuring out what I want to kind of like specialize in or focus on, I think will be very different. Because also like knowing that like you have to get Bricko to a certain level, you have to get Roomba to a certain level, but after that you don't really need to. So like saving resources I think will be nice. Because I think in the beginning I think I wasted a lot of resources on doing the 2 of those quests, and it was just kind of like ugh. Or tasks rather. But yeah, I got the new emotes. It took me a bit to figure out where to get the handstand emote, because the rest showed up like in the vault. I didn't realize I had to unpackage the premium item, so yeah. Tiny little nuance things that I'm like, oh, that was confusing. Also, what's confusing is where's the tier 5 fish? I have it tracked, right? I'm gonna laugh if I don't actually have it tracked. Tier 5. Yeah. This isn't the frenzy one because that one opens, so yeah, I do have it tracked. Okay. Well, at least we're exploring part of the map. But yeah. There's no tier 5 fish, it's a lie. I mean, it possibly is. It very possibly is. I remember at one point when I was in Region 3, I had to go to Region 6 to find tier 5 fish. So I think Region 6 is hoarding them all. Yeah. I think Region 6 is hoarding them all. I could be picking up flotsam as I'm going, but meh. Meh. Ad start in 30 seconds. There is so much lost shippage items around. Does no one pick that stuff up like that in Region 9? Well, I mean, I think it transfers, but usually not on the outskirts. So, like, I'm super far on the outskirts. I'm sure people pick it up, like, in the middle of stuff. But yeah, no. I've seen a lot of flotsam in very, 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 very random places. It's usually around the borders, though. Like the far corners. The far corners of the world. But yeah, travel up to Region 9. What do you do with them? I've never touched one. You turn it in to a sailing table, and it'll give you resources that you can sell to Svem. There's also upgrades for like your clipper and your boats and stuff like that. So getting the flotsam is required for upgrading your boats. And like, it's kind of like, if you enjoy sailing, it's a way to make money. I don't remember if it was like a lot of money, but I remember it was kind of like decent. But yeah. And you get the sailing experience. So you get sailing experience for picking them up and opening them. So I think the only thing that doesn't have gameplay at this point is merchanting and taming. Everything else has something that you can do to level the stuff up without doing tasks. So that's one of the things, like having to start over and doing a wipe, knowing that those things are now in the game, it's going to be a lot faster and it's going to be a lot easier. Because we started out very bare minimum and you had to like focus on tasks. So like if you wanted to, I guess like technically you wouldn't have to do any tasks whatsoever if you didn't like taming or merchanting. But to answer your question, not sure what to do after wipe, but I plan on playing more socially myself. Same. I want to be a little bit more organized with my settlement and empire and stuff like that. We were talking about earlier with having people doing roles and stuff like that. I also want to start up the Adventurers Guild and make it as like a hub for people to get quests and like donate items, and like if people need something that they can like role play or like talk with people and be like, hey, I could do events and stuff like that, host things. But I want to do something that's very, very community oriented. And so I know for my goal is to, oh hey, I finally found one. Yay. My goal is to like put everything in chests for like everyone. And so I'm going to be a lot more trusting this time around, even though I was very trusting, honestly, even to begin with. I was like, here, you get storage permissions. You get storage permissions. But can I not view storage? There we go. But I want to make it more communal, at least for me, and like working with other people. So if someone wants to still hoard their stuff, they can still hoard their stuff. Like, I'm not gonna like say you have to give up everything, but I'm personally looking at trying to implement less of a solo gameplay. When have they scheduled a wipe? As far as I know, there's no exact date yet. And I know there's supposed to be a poll of some kind that is going up on the main Discord. So I would definitely suggest checking there frequently. See if it's up, or in general, just joining the main Discord, because that's where most of the information kind of like spreads out from. So you want to know it first, that main Discord. Just be careful. Yeah, just be careful. The chat can get kind of off topic and whiny sometimes. So I turn off general chat. I guess I'm being less secure with chests is easier now. We have chest logs at least. Yeah, and then hopefully later on more of the permission system. If they have like guild warehouses, or if they have settlement warehouses, or if there's bank tabs that people can interact with, stuff like that, like a whole permission system. As soon as that gets implemented, I think more and more people are going to open up to doing community stuff. If I were to join a larger settlement as a omnicrafter, I would do a 50-50 split on what I keep for myself and personal projects and donate to the settlement. That's really awesome, honestly. Like that's a good way to look at it, and I'd probably do the same thing most of the time. I feel bad when I take stuff. I like putting stuff in to a community pool. I don't like taking stuff out of the community pool. So I know for a fact I'm going to need supplies for tasks. I'm going to need supplies for like if I need to roll tools, wagon upgrades, stuff like that. So I'm still going to have to have like a stockpile of my own stuff, like most definitely. But I don't want to like hoard, like personally hoard stuff. And like even before, 90% of my stuff went to settlement upgrades. And I think that's what it's continued to be. I really hope the settlement upgrade system doesn't require a spreadsheet, but it will. Although I have seen those chest logs stop working from time to time during the various patches. The fact that it's only so much, if you have like 5 people interacting with it, and then you have something that happens, like it's very quickly to scroll off. And so, yeah, the log system, I'd be surprised if we have more granular access restrictions at time of wipe. If we have more granular access restrictions at time of wipe. Oh, like you'd be surprised if it got implemented. Oh. Ew. I like scrunched my back in a weird way that like pinched a nerve. But yeah, I know a lot of people in MMOs have trust issues, and it's understandable. And especially like, I think it was a very big empire. I don't remember exactly who it was, but someone actually like wiped them out and like took a whole bunch of their supplies. And it was someone who was like well trusted. And so like even with the permission system, if a co-owner decides to go off the deep end, like that co-owner could technically also steal everything. But that's like a risk that you have in every single MMO and even life in general. So I think with with a permission system, a lot more people are going to be recruiting. Because I know there were some groups out there that were like, I don't want to recruit because I don't trust people. And I'm like, that's fair. They're going to stick with their like small group of friends, and then their friends quit, and then they end up playing solo and they quit. So that's rough. The bigger the settlement, the bigger the odds for drama. Yeah, pretty much. I think it depends on how it's also ran. I don't know what the proper word for that would be. But it also depends on like how it's being managed. Because if you have too many cooks in the kitchen, that can usually cause drama. Like schisms tend to happen that way. But if you have like a council of people that like agree on stuff, then it's like sometimes usually less likely for drama. If you have one person running everything, that tends to be a little less drama unless they are like in the dictatorship realm of things. Because like if you have a leader who's being like horrible, yeah, there might not be drama for the leader, but there's drama for everyone else. So yeah, I think there was a hair that tickled my hand. Now I'm checking for spiders. I think a lot of people have learned a lot from early access and what they're going to do differently moving forward. I have also heard there's people out there that have given like making a settlement, who has given making an empire, making a group a chance, and they're like, I'm not doing it again. I'll join someone else. And so I think that I think it's good because it leaves room for brand new players to kind of rotate in to fill those spots. But then two, it implements more community stuff. The more people in helping, I guess at that point, the less people are probably less likely to quit. Again, community being the whole point of MMOs. And so it just depends on the structure. It really just depends on the structure of it. But I'd be very interested to see who actually decides to like start another empire or do stuff. I plan on doing it because, well, I plan on interacting with every single thing in the game to some degree or another due to, you know, well, I'm a BitCraft partner, but also content creator. I should probably drop that to there so you can actually see the thing. So I also run BitCast. Oh, speaking of BitCast, Friday the 13th. So we will be going over everything. We'll be giving our opinions. It's a series that has me, Shock, and Tony. Tony, who I think is still alive, right? Tony's still here? Yeah, Tony's still alive. So the three of us talk about the latest updates. All three of us are partners, so we have to be very careful to say certain things sometimes, but I mean, in general, us streaming, we have to be careful anyhow. But yeah, the BitCast tends to be more informational. I more ran like a show, so less chat interaction, and the VODs go up on YouTube. That way, everyone can keep updated with what's happening. So there are some times where people are like, hey, what happened? I've been gone for 6 months. And I'd be like, there's BitCast. Run through it, because that's like hyper quick, or just go through the patch notes page. But yeah. I don't think we're going to do Settlement Showcase anymore because it's once a month. And a lot of times we're going to be working on the update side of stuff and showing stuff off. So I put that on pause for right now. We might bring it back later, depending on like how much time with like this update and like the news of things and like news of the wipe, all that kind of stuff. We're going to have a lot to talk about on BitCast. One sec. But yeah. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I hope there is less drama. How do you feel about deluxe bulb rolls? I'm gonna blow my nose, and then I will talk about bulb rolls. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. So I'm very sad about bulb rolls. Very sad. I liked the 1 hour food, even if it had absolutely no stats, just so I didn't starve. And I had like a little bit of stamina. That way, like exploring the world, I didn't feel like I was wasting food. So I think it filled a niche in the game that was really nice. It now being build speed and 30 minutes, I'm sad. I'm very sad. But it is what it is. I'll get used to it eventually. I will get used to it eventually. Yeah, because, like... Yeah. Yeah. I don't... we looked earlier, but we were saying, like, the deluxe bulb rolls have also gone to a half hour instead of an hour. There's a weird... almost like... There's something on my carpet. And I'm like, what is it? I'll worry about it later. I'm like, did I drop food? I can't tell. Are you guys able to move buildings? Not working for me. On claims? I was gonna say, have you turned it off and back on again? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not near a settlement right now, I think. Yeah, I'd have to go up to Tanis, and I don't have permission for Tanis, so chat, let us know. Let us know if you can move things in your settlement. So yeah, my to-do list at this point... Oh, I meant to go... Excuse me, grab the stuff from Alcatraz. Shoot. I guess I'll do that after... Because it's just a lot of tearing stuff down, and then... most likely I will have to sail it back. Because I think tearing stuff down will leave cargo. I know it has a bank. I know it has a waystone. Like, we don't necessarily need that over here, so if that decays, it's whatever. But I think there's lamps over there. Maybe I'll have to evaluate, because maybe it's not worth grabbing this stuff. Because those lamps were like tier 2 lamps, I think. But yeah, because getting tier 2 stuff doesn't take that much. So it would take longer for me to ship the stuff, sail with the stuff, than it would be for me to just farm more, probably. So, yeah. Yeah. That is something, like, I think is very interesting now, looking at what to do during, like, wipe stuff. Knowing what resources are important. Yes, I technically hoarded everything, but, like, I didn't sell anything either. I literally hoarded it. But to, like, know what resources are valuable, like citrus fruit and stuff like that. So, like, stocking up on them early and often is going to be important. So, like, yeah, I'd be very interested to see how like that knowledge of stuff works out. It might not even matter either. Yeah, who knew gypsite was a critical material? I think braxite needs a little help. Braxite to me seems to be... Braxite and animal hair seem to be the hardest ones, because, like, doing the pebbles for braxite was very low chance. But then also, like, I had all these pebbles that I was like, what am I going to do with? Because you only need so much for bricks. And I think, like, it looks like you'll have like 5 times the amount of pebbles than you need for, like, bricks, just to get the braxite you need. Way easier. The nodes are huge. Bulk mining. Yeah, bulk mining, but would, I guess, if you don't care about the pebbles and stuff like that. Finding 90 tier 3 clay nodes is hard work. Really? I was gonna say that seemed pretty easy. Finding tier 3 clay nodes. Annabelle by hair is the far worst. I did 3,000 tier 1 birds to get what I needed for my tier 6 upgrade. Oh. Yeah. Killing every single animal, like, that I see. It's gonna be very important. Also, something that's interesting is, like, the male female for tier 3. I think having a settlement that's nearby to that is going to be really important. So, yeah. Also, pebbles can be used for roads. Ah, that's true. That is true. So, you just hand them the pebbles off to people. Yeah, no, that is true. I wasn't thinking of, like, roads. I was just thinking of the tier up. But yeah. I'm surprised we didn't get a frog yet. Floof, do you know if there was a experience tracker anywhere? Like, if you put your level in, it would tell you how long it takes to get to whatever level you're trying to get to. I don't know if it was part of the, like, spreadsheet or not. I guess I can check. I don't know the experience to next level though. This one's a little hard for me to figure out. According to this, current level 73. I don't know what the experience to the next level is. I guess I could find that. Uh, 20. Yeah. Hours to goal craft, hours to goal gather. Total experience it says is like 9 million. But it says 665 hours. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing that. So yeah. Getting 100 fishing. Not gonna happen. Anyone know how to re-enable health bars on creature? Yeah, I noticed that. I didn't see anything. Someone said it might have been a setting. It wasn't a setting. I don't know how to re-enable it. If you look at your level, yeah, the XP. So yeah. I'm trying to figure out what to do in the meantime. What do I do in the meantime? Oh. The image. It looks like the image changed. Oh, I wanted to see if there was a response to that. Wait, what? Interesting. I don't have it on my thing. I guess it doesn't really matter. I did update my stuff because I have the new stuff, but yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. Wait. Plain deluxe bulb rolls apparently give stamina regen of 0.14. Oh, okay. That with the ring that you get from prospecting. I wonder how much time that would save. Okay. Oh, I'm trying to think if there's anything mine is the housing that I haven't touched yet. I'm pretty sure I touched everything else. Touchy, touchy. The other thing I wanted to do at some point, is actually go around and look at towns. But I wanted to do that kind of closer to when, like, they announced, like, what day the wipe would be. That way I could kind of, like, have it archived and see, like, different towns and how they were built. And, like, people would say, hey, come see my place. And then I never did. So I'm gonna try my best to dedicate, like, a full day, like a full stream, like the full 7 hours, to literally just going through and seeing people's settlements. I might even take it, like, depending on when it is, I might actually, like, take a couple of days to do it. Maybe go region to region. Say region, I'm spending this time. I don't know if, I think I could hit, I don't know. I'm trying to think, do I do a region per day? Or would that be too much time? I guess I'd have to gauge it. Because it would be a lot of walking and teleporting. Well, no, I'd have to walk because I wouldn't have enough teleport points. So yeah, I could technically do a region a day, I think was what we'd look at. So, yeah. I'm trying to think, like, where people told me to go. I should have... I meant to write them down, and I completely forgot. So, hopefully that day or week, I can get people to jump in. Or take your boat. Yeah, it may be longer, but saves you from porting around. Yeah. Hey, we got an egg! We got an egg! Daladas. Daladas? Dala. Hi. We'll have to make you an AIPA. emberKat? What? What's in the egg? Make you an AIPA. Oh. We'll have to make you an AI personal assistant. Got it. It is an orange frog. We have an orange frog. I imagine if I get lava toad. Imagine if I get lava toad. So that was something, and this was before, like way before even this discussion of having this personal upcoming wipe happen. Previously, I was asking myself things that I wanted to go after in like 2026. And I did the worst thing imaginable. I did the absolute worst thing imaginable while playing an MMO. Does anyone want to guess? What do you think, to me, the worst thing imaginable playing an MMO would be? I'm curious if people know. Do I want to know? I mean, it's not as bad as probably you might be thinking of. Being toxic. No, this is personal. It doesn't involve anyone else. That's made an ugly settlement. Now that is a crime. That is definitely a crime. So no, the worst thing imaginable that I did, I asked myself, what's the point? That is, as an MMO player, the absolute worst thing that you can do for yourself, or do to yourself, is ask yourself, what's the point? Because usually when you start asking yourself, what's the point? And then you realize there is no point, then you tend to get like demoralized. So I was thinking about like my goals for 2026 and getting pets and getting like stuff settled and like just kind of like, what are my future goals? And I did the worst thing imaginable. I had asked myself, what's the point? And it was because knowing launch would have a wipe. For me, I was like, if I collect stuff, there's no reason for me to collect stuff. It's not gonna stay. So I would want, now they have the whole hitting level 100 type thing. But I was like, I would have to do the thing that I've enjoyed the most and don't really care, because collecting is fun. Like opening a toad was exhilarating for a moment. So stuff like that, where I need to think like, okay, what actually makes me happy to do, and not worry about the why or what if. But yeah, I think I'm going to be completely honest. I think it's going to be rough for me mentally. Looking at BitCraft and like until a full wipe is announced or what they're doing, like none of this kind of wishy-washy. Once things are solidified, I think I'm mentally going to have a hard time. And so we might see me play more Warframe until the thing. I don't necessarily want to go that route, but 90%, actually 99% of the people that were part of my personal community have quit. So I would probably jump in to do stuff with like Tony and Region 9 and stuff like that. But focusing on my own personal goals, I think I'm just going to kind of throw on the back burner. Yet on here, that's maybe one more year away, give or take. Well, they said they are doing a wipe. We know a wipe is happening. We don't know to what extent yet. What I think would be cool is to spend like a week where you spend every day with another community with BitCraft. Yeah, I was gonna do a day per region, but definitely not working on my own goals. So right now I'm doing this so I can talk to you guys and I don't get distracted. But yeah. Yep. I think that it's been the news of the wipe has definitely kept me up at night. And it's because it's not concrete. And I toss and turn. I'm like, okay, what am I going to do? What's the plan? How soon is it going to be? How late is it going to be? Will I have the time at that time? Like, I keep like, how am I going to build something? And actually what I think I might do one stream is get the settlement builder website up and start actually working on building a settlement. We actually, you know what? Would people rather see that right now? Because I could technically do that. We could just start working on building a settlement, like the idea of a settlement. At this point, as I know a wipe is coming, is to have at least one skill at 80, 2 or 79. Yeah, get that one at 80, and all our skills at 70 plus. 2 left at 60 plus. Personal goals, definitely good to have. I wonder if Ravy, did Ravy Nora ever actually get 69 and everything? I was hearing rumors of being able to craft from BankMat claim wide. I was hearing rumors of being able to craft from bank mats claim wide. Got it. Takes a lot of the art of settlement design out of it. They talked about it on stream a couple of times, but it's not yet implemented. I'm trying to think if that was implemented right now, how would I work with it? And I think it wouldn't change much of how I interact or how I would set up a settlement, because what I'm looking for settlement layout wise is the efficiency of getting place to place to interact with said thing. I think if it was bank wide, it actually give me more freedom on how to make the settlement like the way that I want to, because then I wouldn't have to do the circle with the personal cash, and so I could put more decorative elements into it. I think it would unlock more creativity being able to craft from the bank anywhere, or your personal cash anywhere, because then you can actually you can actually focus on form, or you could focus on form over function. If you have a settlement, just make sure to watch the upkeep so it don't poof on you. Yeah, I mean, even if it does, I'm not concerned about it right now. If you don't need to design around the range of a personal cache, yeah, it would be nice. But I'm very function over form person. Ravy got 6 out of 12 skills to 69. Oh, so close. Yeah. No, I think it would open up the ability to actually like craft a settlement better. Swiggity Sudum, I'm coming for that totem. Well done. That's so good. One bank for the game versus each town. No, I think they'd still probably keep with each town. Plus it adds more storage to the game, because you can store stuff in many different places and many different banks. So if the bank was server wide like most MMOs were, it'd be very, very, very limiting. Unless they decide to do that and there's multiple tabs. That I could see. My tailoring is level 87, almost 88. Definitely getting there. And it'll allow you to poof items from one claim to another. Yeah, no, that's true. So no, it would be like the housing situation all over again. Easy teleport. So yeah, no, they wouldn't make banks. Yeah, no. Because it'd just be the housing situation all over again, where you could move a house full of items and it was super easy. Which was funny because I decided to move to Region 9 after all of that. So I had to do it all manually. I'm trying to decide if I want to run more alts or just keep with 2. I'm really trying to decide what I want to do with that. Because, like, right now, if I was still in the same boat, teehee, if I was in the same boat of, like, most people have left playing the game, having more alts is important. But if we have, like, a huge community based of things, then only having, like, the 1 extra alt doesn't really matter. Because we have a huge community working together. So I guess it would depend on how big the community is, depending on how many alts, or if at all. It'd be cool if there is a screen in game to show you what is in that what bank, instead of having to go to a third-party website. Maybe. I think. Well, WoW had add-ons for that. So, maybe. I was gonna say, because I was trying to think of if there was any other MMOs, but WoW did it with all your characters, but that was an alt-based game, so it kind of worked the same way. You would just have the tabs of different settlements that had stuff in the banks, and yeah. That's the thing with higher levels, is you have to look around, as not everything is in one place. Yeah. I think I do 100%. I think the implementing outposts from the start is going to change the game. I think it's going to change it in a things are going to start up faster kind of way. I don't know if it's good or bad, but having like someone that goes, okay, here's a tier 6 mining node or mining cave. Put an outpost on it and then immediately get that to tier 6. Because before you'd have to go to it, then go to another town. Like, so getting certain locations up and running very fast using outposts. Getting a tier 4 mine up and running early will be so much better. Yeah. Or so much easier, rather. Yeah. WoW and EQ were the same only game I liked a lot. Final Fantasy 14. We're the same only game I liked a lot of. I loved Final Fantasy 14. Absolutely loved Final Fantasy 14. For me, we were talking about endgame. Yeah, let's talk endgame. I like how we start topics like halfway through the stream. We're like, let's talk about this. We hadn't finished it the first time we talked about it. The endgame loop for BitCraft, I think should definitely take a page out of Final Fantasy 14's book. The endgame for 14, technically it's savage rating or extreme or like the ultimate whatever's the boss fights. Yes, that is technically endgame, but the true endgame of Final Fantasy 14 is the venues. It's the role play. That's what keeps people playing. 14, the reason 14 is also so amazing is because of the community. Again, going back to Josh Strife Haynes' video talking about community and MMOs. So role play is a huge way that It's the opposite of PvP. If you implement roleplay, it is the opposite of PvP, but you don't have to do anything about it. So all you have to do is implement like decorations, furniture, ways that people can build things, customize. You just have to do that. Maybe every once in a while, spice it up. Same thing you do with PvP. You have to make a battleground or you have to make an arena. So it has like stuff that you have to do in the beginning to get it up and running. So 14 has such an extensive housing building type thing. It lends to people spending thousands of hours in their house role-playing, having these venues, and it's like that's what keeps people like there. If they didn't have such a huge roleplay community, I think it would fall in the same boat as WoW. Is as soon as the content's done, people leave. That's going to be impossible with BitCraft. BitCraft, to some degree, at some point, is always going to feel like a chore because you cannot just take a break and come back. So having something to supplement the in-between is going to be extremely important. And I think roleplay is going to be huge for that. So yeah, implementing more stuff that lends to that, like being able to sit in chairs. I said the other day where I'm like, the day we get to sit in chairs is the day that we get roleplay. Because then people can sit on benches and talk and hang out and like sit around a campfire. Skate, thank you very much for the 1 hour. Only different with EQ is at max level you have the AA grind. Yeah. And that was the same with ESO. ESO had their prestige, I think it was called. So yeah, they had the prestige, which was essentially like getting max level wasn't endgame anymore. Let's unlock before we unlock this. Yay. But yeah. PvP, RP, and PvP are like coin. The opposite sides of a coin. It's the same coin, but it's opposite sides. I never thought about that until now, actually. Because you look at games that implement PvP, but no RP, but 14 focused on RP more than PvP. PvP is still a thing. I actually like 14's PvP a lot because it equals the playing field for every single person, and it has its own skills, and they balanced it as its own game, and that I think is the way to do it. That is the like best way to do it. So their PvP I would not change at all. Implement balanced PvP is like hyper important because like something that's good for PvE, and they recognize that you have builds that are good for PvE that won't be good for PvP, and with that they had to like there was no balance. There would never be a balance if you took PvE into PvP. So isolating PvP and making it balanced, perfect. Absolutely perfect. On WoW, max level is more or less it unless you do raids. Yeah. Mom, hi Mom. You finally made it home. Welcome home. I sent the message. I figured you were busy. And then I was like, oh, I think she told me something about Thursdays. So I didn't like go, Mom, where are you? You said you were going to watch me. But yeah. Welcome home. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. But yeah. Okay. Who here in the chat, you can just like say me if you don't really want to elaborate. Who here enjoys roleplay in games and would be interested if it came to BitCraft, like something they would actually interact with? I'm curious because there were people in the beginning that wanted to roleplay, but people kind of just didn't. And so I'd be very curious how many people would be who would be interested in role-playing in BitCraft. 14 battlegrounds were bugged. I leveled one job to max level and it was a healer. No one can kill me. It was funny. Nice. Last therapy, eye appointment confirmed, and we're set to start back at the gym. Larry wants to know what implement means. To implement something, to put something into action. Is that not the word? Yeah. Put a decision plan agreement into effect, tool, utensil. An implementation is usually like a thing. Can you explain the RP aspect a little? So the RP aspect that I'm thinking of is mainly coming from experience with Final Fantasy XIV. And when I say like venues, people would decorate their houses to be like a coffee shop. And then they would sell like, say, the bulb rolls or fish rolls and role play that they are like cooking it, serving it to you. Then you could like interact with them like you would like being at a restaurant or stuff like that. It was a good way for people to make money too. These venues, like, because then you would sell items that people wanted. So 14 had like some potions that were really good. And so you'd sell them for a premium cost. So people would come in, role play with you, get the potion, leave. And so it was kind of like a fancy market. And so things that I'm thinking about with the RP aspect would be either like Mushroom Fae, who wants to be a traveling witch merchant, would be like an innkeeper, having like an adventurers guild who gives quests. Because it's a sandbox, we don't have NPCs to interact with other than, you know, the task NPCs. But there's no like huge quest system. And so as players, it's up to us to come up with that aspect. I would say, I was going to say, I think most NPCs in MMOs are the roleplay aspect, because there are people who interact with NPCs, care about the story, stuff like that. So like if you look at NPCs in Final Fantasy XIV, they have this very in-depth story that to me kind of serves as like roleplay to a degree. I came from an eco role-playing server to BitCraft, and there were a lot of people trying to do roleplay settlements at the start, but it didn't really stick. I hope there's another chance for it. I agree. I think it needs to be established, but there's no way to establish it. So like usually you have a roleplay server. So unless people are like, this region, this specific spot is going to be roleplay, you enter this, it's roleplay. We expect you to roleplay. Unless that actually becomes worldwide established. I have many hours in 14, but then I did level all classes to max, including crafting. Yeah, and then that's what like BitCraft, it lends to that kind of same mentality with 14, is because like I can level all of these professions, and it's like having being able to switch jobs. I played Eco. That was a fun game. I watched Jack Lavier play Eco the other day. I didn't really understand much. I guess I also didn't watch at like the appropriate time to understand stuff. So I might actually watch like everyone tells me I need to play it at some point. I think you can do NPCs. It would only be against TOS. Explain. Because I'd be very interested to know how to do. Well, I would do alts and then have them stationed in the world. And then I would have like a copy paste script that I would have on a notepad. And then as I see someone walk up to that NPC, then I would copy and paste. But that would still be me implemented, not bot implemented or AI implemented, which I think what you're talking about in the TOS sense would be like automated NPCs. On 14, they did away with class perm pet. Class perm pet. I'm not sure what that is. I probably do, but I'm not sure in that set of words. Interesting. But yeah, BitCraft definitely fulfills an itch that I don't think any other MMO could for me right now. If for some weird reason BitCraft like went the Ashes of Creation route like tomorrow, I'm trying to think what would I do? What would I play? And I'm like, oh, okay, I'd play Warframe. I know that. But what other like MMO? I have never played old school RuneScape or Albion Online. People say it's almost like it's similar. But how similar? And the art style for me is very important in a game. If I don't like visually looking at it, I tend to not play it. And so like old school RuneScape, I would have a problem playing because of the way it looks. I haven't checked in on Albion Online, but I heard Albion Online is hyper toxic due to PvP. So I don't know if they have open world PvP or how Albion Online works in that sense. But yeah. If anyone has played Albion Online and knows, please enlighten me and let me know. Like somewhere where they had a pet that was always out, now it's per fight. Ah, okay. Oof. What was this? What's this? Ooh. Wait. What? That was 2 days ago? Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I will have to check that out. I do want to go back through and look at the dev streams that Minch did the last 3 weeks. So the problem I have is as soon as I get done streaming, I'm like doing everything else. And so it's really difficult for me to sit down for like 2 hours outside of streaming to actually like do something. It's why I can't watch Critical Role anymore. I watched like the first like 6 episodes or something like that. And I was like, now I have no time to watch it. And as soon as you miss like 2 episodes, it's like nigh impossible to like catch up. So, mostly about space-time database. That made the game less fun for me. My main was summer. Oh. Oh. The timestamp I said he says something about BitCraft. Okay. That works. Yeah. I guess technically I wonder if they, I know I usually like, but how do I word this? I wonder if I would have permission to kind of have it playing in the background of my streams, like a podcast, and listen to it. Because like at one point I did like do the host thing where you like have the video on your stream, and no one said anything negative about that. So like I'd be curious to know if I could sit and watch, because then that's what we could do like pretty easily, and then I could actually say that I watched the dev streams and we could discuss it at the exact same time. Pat. Hi Pat, how are you? How are you? But yeah. I would have to see if it is a possibility. Because I know the problem would be like because I VOD everything. So I always think like very business oriented, where I'm like, okay, this could possibly get me copyright strike later. This is like infringement on like content creation, stuff like that. A little more alive today, thankfully. That's good. That is good. I am glad to hear that you are a little bit more alive. Did you manage to get some decent sleep? My sleep was horrid. I have been having a horrible time sleeping since like this last update with BitCraft. BitCraft affects my life that much. Like, yeah, it's funny. I'm sure it's not good. I'm definitely sure it's not healthy, but I think it's because I put so much weight into being in the partner program, playing the game, being dedicated to the game. Yeah, I think that's kind of like when people say that like this game is their life, like it's not quite to that level, but I think it definitely, like if WoW shut down tomorrow, how many people would be so devastated? Like that can't happen. So it's kind of like the same thing for me, where I'm like, I feel like this is a part of what I do now. It's not necessarily a part of who I am, but it is definitely a part of what I do. Decent-ish, not as long as I needed, but I stayed asleep. Nice. Let me post the snippet I found interesting in chat in text form. Perfect. And so it has all of the we handle the persistence for you and all that stuff, and you can call functions on other databases more or less. And so what we could do, for example, in our game or in your application or whatever, is have a developer register a module with my module, the BitCraft module, and I could delegate out to various questions. So for example, if I had an alliance system, I could say an alliance owner can create a piece of software that will vet new players who apply to join. So a player in my game goes up to the alliance board. They're just saying in fancy terms, things are connected. That's kind of what I'm getting. I have a lot of problem with like certain jargon. Like tech jargon. There's a lot of people out there that use tech jargon. I know what you mean. BitCraft makes me feel like I could AFK craft while doing other things game. Yeah. What big update with the game? So they announced that there will be a wipe. We don't know when, but there will be. The extent of what the wipe entails is up in the air currently. There is going to be a poll that is going to be on most likely the main BitCraft Discord. And then it's not there now, but it's supposed to be there soon. So there will be a poll to vote on. The Empire system is completely changing so that it's no longer Hexite. They implemented like a normal patch thing where they added more doggos, wallpaper and flooring. So also to let people know the wallpaper and flooring currently isn't working. But they're going to try and fix it at some point. Soon, TM. So this was like a base. This was just a regular update. It's more so the future news. That is the huge update. You used to give me crap for getting too addicted to BitCraft. I never lose sleep over it. Yeah. Permissions for them. I can then add a custom code module that I can connect to BitCraft. That BitCraft server can ask questions like, can player X open this chest? Please, please dumb it down to Catanese, please. Please put it in Catanese, because I don't understand. Like, I'm like, yeah, cool, it's connected. Like, why is this significant? Like, the database being the database with like BitJita and stuff like that, like, it's connected, and understanding that it's like an open like connection between things, like it's like a hive mind thing where you can connect to different things to like one location. But I'm like, I'm not good with tech jargon. I don't, like, you say custom code module, and I'm like, I have no idea. I have no idea what a code module is. The difference is the question part. Basically, I can write code to make custom permissions for chests. So add-ons. I'm reading back through the message. Sorry, I'm quiet. So this also sounds like what Ashes was trying to do with like the split shards, but it was still all in one world. Because they were talking about their like database and their system for their shard thing was like revolutionary, and now like space-time database is in that same boat where it's like, I'm not dissing on revolutionary technology because yes, it's amazing. Please implement more, and please work and craft and make new things because we need it. But I'm just like confused. I personally am confused. Like, I'm like, okay, cool. It does this thing. Okay, so basically I write code to make custom permissions for chests. That way, if they add it, depending on what question BitCraft sends out, I can only answer, depending on what question BitCraft sends out, we can only answer the questions they ask our code. Currently, we can only read and ask BitCraft questions. Oh, the game that flopped right out of the gate, yeah. If they have that feature, it also works the other way around. So many ugly edge cases with a setup like that. BitCraft making external calls for storage access gonna add latency, desync, and bugs. I mean, we already see that with every patch. And I assume that's the case, is space-time database is the sun. And BitCraft is a planet that is rotating around that sun. And someone else can build a planet that then also rotates around that sun. And eventually, we'll have an entire solar system with space-time database as the sun. And you require the sun to sustain your planets. So, yeah, it would be way worse with external integrations. So, yeah, anytime there's a patch, I assume that it is the distance from that planet to the sun, that something in between here is messing up. So it's not actually like BitCraft's fault for like some of these bugs, but more so like trying to literally go through time and space. Space-time database. See? I like these analogies. Good job, Kat. But yeah. They went through an asteroid field. They fixed something only to break something. Yeah. Like today with me getting stuck. I don't think that was a BitCraft thing. My bed contacted me to tell me my average sleep score went down. No shit, my average sleep score went down. I've been only sleeping for 5 hours. Thanks, bed. Thanks. Thanks for letting me know. Yes, my bed literally sends me messages because I have one of those like fancy sleep numbers. And so it calculates your, I guess, biosignatures. The heliocentric model of space-time. Why am I not able to clip this? I need to implement clipping onto my channel. Why don't we do that right now? Because if not, I'm going to forget. I am going to completely forget. How do I do this? I know I turned it off. I just have to make sure that I moderate each clip. So the reason I also didn't do clips was because people can easily steal the download. So if you create a clip, you can download it. So it opens up for a world of like really bad possibilities on the internet. It's kind of like someone could technically record my stream and steal the content that way too. So, where do I want to go? Is it creator dashboard? Content clips. No. How do I live without you? Where do I find this? I am going to run away to bed. Okie dokie. Have a good one, Mira. Thank you very much for stopping in and talking and enlightening us with information. I do greatly appreciate it. Clips are a net bad feature. Don't do it. I mean, what I can just mark it. If someone says clip that, I will mark the time frame and then clip that for people. Easy as that. So we go to streaming, we go to stream clips, and we go, what is the name of this stream? And then time frame, we will say it is currently 23 and the analogy was probably 14. So we'll say 04 15. And then oh, that's funny. I need to make that there's a clip that I need to make. My deodorant clip. I need to make that a clip. Space, time, database, solar system. Okay. Yep. I will clip that. Clip. Do say now. I want to hear it. What the thing was? I can actually technically do that because I can go back in my stream. So you just won't see the visualization of me saying this is a planet and this is the sun and it rotates around, but you hear what I said. Are you factoring in possible time dilation of how fast BitCraft is orbiting time-space database in your estimate of when the quote happened? No. I should, though. What is the formula for time dilation? Does anyone watch? Someone in the chat at some point will be like, I know. Get Neil deGrasse Tyson to formulate it. Or just Google and like input the formula into the chat. That's also a possibility too. I'm not even gonna try. Why not? answer, we can, depending on what question BitCraft sends out, we can only answer the questions they ask our code. Currently, we can only read and ask BitCraft questions. Oh, the game that flopped right out of the gate, yeah. If they have that feature, it also works the other way around. So many ugly edge cases with a setup like that. BitCraft making
I'm trying to get to the point where I actually explain
access. Yeah, it would be way worse with external integrations. So yeah, anytime there's a patch, I assume that it is the distance from that planet to the sun. That something in between here is messing up. So it's not actually like BitCraft's fault for like some of these bugs, but more so like trying to literally go through time and space. Space-time database. See? I like these analogies. Good job, Kat. But yeah. They went through an asteroid field. Give myself a pat on the back. They fixed something on... Yeah, okay. We will... Catception, I know. We will clip that. We will definitely clip that. I don't even know how to... Triangle T equals 1 minus C2V2 triangle T apostrophe. I hate math. That is the formula for time dilation mangled into a single line. Wow. Catception. I know, it's just very funny that I'm gonna clip it. I don't know when it would go up. I have 2 videos for this weekend that I need to schedule. And then I also need to do editing. Usually I do my editing on Fridays. But I think I need to do more of a BitCraft edit. It's like the XP from boats that they had before that people used in a way it was not meant to be used. Yeah. I know, Floof is here. The man, the myth, the legend. The floofiest of floofs. We were talking about wipe and update and all sorts of new stuff that was happening. They have new emotes to buy from the premium shop. There are doggos now, so jackals. The 2 quests are pretty simple. If you need jackal fur or fangs, let me know. Yeah, Pat, there's new doggos. So, did we work out when the wipe is yet? Unfortunately not. You're gonna have boots on the ground after wipe? So when the time frame is announced, I will immediately start planning for the Hearth 2.0. And so we will archive our chats that we have in the BitCraft part of the channel, and then we are going to go through and actually get serious. Get serious. So hopefully we can bring a lot more people into the community this time around. I would love to see familiar faces come back. I would absolutely love to see that. And so yeah, I'll start letting people know what the game plan is. Floof says I'd expect early March for wipe. Could be later this year or next year. I think they said soon-ish. Because they want to do the Empire system. So, and then at some point there's going to be a poll on the main Discord of like what the wipe entails. So make sure to check that out. I, for one, am excited. I can't wait. It means that we get to focus on a single settlement, and we get to be near Shock and Tony. I almost want to like rope Remy in and be like, hey, come join our region, because Remy is awesome as well. I would like all of our content creator that, like, if we have an overlap community, I would really, really like us to be in the same region. That way we can kind of help each other out and we're not splitting the community onto different sides of the map. Roberto says 2 to 4 weeks according to Minch. Okay. So yeah, soon. We just don't know when. We have no exact date. So yeah, 2 to 4 weeks. I was gonna say, I'm in a sort of privileged position where I can just be online. But I know some people are gonna have to like take time off if they want to be at launch, depending on when they launch it. Because if they launch during the week, what was early access a Sunday? Or was it a weekday? I don't remember. I don't remember what day of the week early access was. But I know people are going to want to take time off. And it has to do with the state of the game as it stands. And it has to do with... Oh, yeah. But, I mean, Empire system... So, Hrothgar, are you going to be an Omnicrafter again? Or are you going to specialize? I personally will probably end up having to be an Omnicrafter with the codexes and settlement stuff. However, if people are specializing, I would like to fill in the gaps that people like need. So if I have to play a hunter, I would really not want to, but I would find a way that we could like get a leather supplement going. Ribo says it came out on a Friday. Oh, okay. That's people still work on Fridays, but it's better than, you know, like a Tuesday. I think WoW does most of their stuff on Tuesdays. I can do whatever we need for the greater good. For the greater good. Yep. We're going to do a lot more community stuff afterwards. So I'm going to... I like what was said earlier about doing 50-50. I think I'll do 75-25, something along those lines, of having like a personal storage of like 20% of like the materials, and then like the rest goes to the settlement. Just in case like I need something for like a boat or need something for upgrading, tools, etc. But I'm going to try and like more so put everything into it being community oriented. And if people wipe us out and steal everything, well, we got the levels. We can just go get more. Like, to me, that's like, I'm not worried about that because I'm like, I can just go farm it again. Yeah, it's gonna suck because that's time wasted, but I can just do it again. Weekends would be best. A lot of people are off on the weekends. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I'm excited to start planning. Oh, so we were talking about settlement designs earlier. But also, Hrothgar, what is your favorite thing to do in the game? Other than being extremely helpful and an amazing person. Because that is definitely at the top of the list. Settlement, at some point I'm going to actually like do the settlement thing where I like add stuff and like we design. So at some point we will do that. But my idea, now that someone said about the rumor of the bank, this idea might go out the window, but I still have, if it's not implemented, here's my idea. I would like to make kind of like a wheel, or like a center hub type settlement. In the middle, you'd have like the teleporter. Have different quadrants or areas being like, this is leatherworking, this is smelters, this is farming, this is so on and so forth. Have crafting benches. Now this is it is ambitious. The wheel has been invented already. No, I love that. Kind of like Port Taverna. I haven't been there in a while, so maybe, I don't know. But having the circle tables where personal caches are in like some area, but also having personal tables at each individual location. So like if you want, so essentially we'd be making double tables, unfortunately. Or we would just leave the past upgrade. That might be actually how we do it. Leave the circle ones as the most up to date, and then the tier below is the one that's at the stations. That might not be a bad idea. We could probably do that because we did that with the fishing thing at the coastline. But for me, I like everything that is accessible. You're not running into things. There's no walls. And I'm trying to think how to logistically plan it. No trees. One tree? One tree. Or if there's trees, it's not in the center of the settlement. It can be on the edges. They had a hex-shaped town divided into 6 triangles, one for each crafting type. Okay, so that's kind of also what I'm thinking. Makes even more sense if warehouses become a thing. Yeah. Nova plays. Hello. Enjoy your lurk. A gift leader. How? Thank you. Thank you for the support. Oh, perfect timing. But that sucks because I already popped the food and I don't have a next node. Excuse me. I'm gonna go poop in the corner. I'm gonna go poop in the corner. I don't have to do that anymore because we can actually delete our stuff. That was before we couldn't delete stuff, and then I would just drop things in the corner. As long as my cache can reach all the tables, I'm happy. So yeah, that's what I'm saying is we'd have the center cache ring. And then we'd have different tables at the crafting stations if people wanted like really like quick access. So like if someone just wants to stay in the farming district, they can just stay in the farming district. They'd have to go to the circle if they're like working on like the same tier. So like say tier 5 circle, tier 4 tables would be out near the processors. So if they're working on a tier 4 thing, that's fine. But if they're working on a tier 5 thing, they would have to go to the circle to work on it. Because I don't think I want to actually craft 2 sets of tables come like tier 7. I don't think that's going to be fun. Why would you go poop in the corner? Because you don't want to poop like just in the middle of the floor. You gotta have the poop corner. Always gotta have the poop corner. Why not poop in the center of the floor? I don't think people would, it doesn't matter if it's not your house, but it was my house. That's the thing. That was my house. It's so funny. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know if you can hear my back cracking or not, but my back cracked. Yeah, Region 9 definitely doesn't like picking up flotsam. There's so much of it. I has. Ruffled the skin on my lip. Would we stick to the 6 of each refining station? 6 will definitely be the minimum. If people want to argue that they want more, then that might be something that we can discuss. But we would have to have like a community working on it, because us like only having 1 or 2 people working on trying to get these like high tier processors up takes forever. Like it took me a week just to do 1 single processor. So it's the refined materials that's kind of the issue. Unless we have like a huge stockpile of materials, like community materials. Because if there is like a huge stockpile of community materials, then we can just pull from the community materials. But yeah, it would all depend on how many people we have when getting the settlement up. Give me 1 sec. Okay. It's still going to bother me, but it's going to bother me much less. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. I got a text message and I had to immediately respond to it. But yeah, so depending on how many people we have to help with the settlement, I don't want to like go too big. Like I'm not looking at trying to run 100+ member thing. But I think like a sweet spot of having at least like 20 people. That's my goal, is like having 20 people. Now, being close to Shock and Tony and other Region 9 people, I think it will be very helpful, because if we need help with something, people can help us. If other people need help, we can help them. And so we can kind of like share the workload. And then that workload is now like spread between like 200 people instead of 30 people. I need a new Dell for those lonely nights of gathering. Just force Dell to come back. We really just need to force Dell to come back. I think when she hears that there's like a wipe coming, then she might actually decide to play again. Should we have one empire or each have our own empire? I probably have each of our own. I would assume having each of our own. Like the difficulty with having everything under one banner would be if like a group of people decide that they want to move, then you have like kind of like a schism happening. The reason I ask is if there is a benefit to controlling mining nodes in game. We could share them in one empire. Right, but you can trade them, is what I'm told. So we would have 3 empires that essentially work as one. We would just have like the 3 of us with our communities. But it would just work as like an overall, like the 3 of us being part of like an alliance. That's what I'm assuming. We haven't actually discussed it any further than that. We actually haven't discussed like the whole empire situation thing. So I'd be very curious. What people do think about that. But yeah, with the meteor whatevers, the resources being tradable, then even if like I have 1 in the Hearth Empire and you have 2 in Dark Shore or Starborn, we have 3 combined. So it would be like we were under the same banner anyhow. If they're not tradable, then we might want to consider coming together as like one empire. Can't wait to see who Shock starts a war with this time. Oh man, that'd be great. See, now we have to have 3 empires so that Tony and I can gang up on Shock and have a war against Shock. There you go. I guess it's hard to say more until we know exactly how it will work. Yep. I'm ready for Shock, yeah. I was saying I kind of hope that we can like commandeer Remy as well. Because like I think it would actually be really cool, depending on like regions and all that kind of stuff. I think it would be really cool to have like an entire region that is like band together, because like that's what Region 9 is as a whole. Region 9 has like band together, so you guys even though there's like what 50 empires or something like that, like everyone kind of works together. So I kind of want that same thing. I think we have at least 5 empires right now. 5 empires. I remember the day watching Shock place that tower on his Twitch stream, and emberKat was talking about her plans for an empire. They were much better than his plans. Oh. I was going the diplomatic route, and he's just like, I'm gonna put this down. That's so funny. Yo. Also, with 3 different empires, if someone gets mad at one, I can just be like, nope. Can probably find the convo on the Discord. That's so funny. I watched his empire crumble live. Oh man. But yeah, no, I really look forward to it. I really look forward to it. Getting us all in. It sounded like a car got hit in the parking lot and suddenly a car alarm went off, and I was like, do I have to investigate? But having us all in one area and like being able to work together and like community stuff, and it's like what we're currently doing right now, but actually more structured. I think will be great. I think will be great. And I think a lot more people would come back at that point, knowing that there's even more like community aspect, instead of, okay, this person is in this forsaken place, and then someone's all the way over here, and like you get torn between 2 different directions. And yeah, I think having all of us kind of in the same location will really, really, really help. Will really, really help. I'm surprised we actually haven't gotten another frog. My luck for frogs were really good when I was not streaming. As soon as I'm streaming, I have reverse streamer luck. My luck is good when I'm not streaming. Well, my luck is okay when I'm not streaming. I wouldn't even say it was good. But when I'm streaming, no luck. What I really miss is Floof looking through my window and upgrading my tools. That was so funny. That is so funny. Like, stuff like that, where you trust the community to do that. Yeah. That's also another thing. Give me the saw. Like, I assume, Rybo, saying that you're here, you guys are still planning on doing like weaponsmith, right? So I'm trying to think like how that's gonna like work, if each kind of like group will still need like a person. But I think if we do it as like the whole region or the whole area, and then be like, hey, but like that seems like it's gonna bombard a lot of people. So I guess it would just depend if it like more people are rolling tools, because people enjoyed the Gamba, or sorry, Jamba. The Jamba. Here's my current idea. Let's hear it. Maintaining the group's tools benefits everyone's. Yeah. And also, if people are specializing, it works out a lot better, because then say I'm foraging and I get like an epic foraging tool, but Floof, you're mining, then you can get the epic mining tool instead of me having both the epic things, but one is going to waste. So Yeah. Use the ticket system how we did for the lottery so people can contribute and then use the tickets to get their first rares and epics and stuff. I see. Yeah, I do like that system, like how you have that set up. It's really cool. Like you guys have the bot that shows who contributed. Yeah, that amazes me, honestly. But I think stuff like that, I think we could do it for a lot more than just tools. Not necessarily a lottery, but it'll be open to the whole region. Yeah. I think, well, the first thing I'm going to do is work on codex. The first thing, as soon as I get in the game, I'm opening a spreadsheet and I'm going to craft the codex. That way we have the settlement ready to go. I think I still have to do tasks in between because to do that, I think I still have to have like Brico, I think. Something along those lines. But immediately crafting the codex. That way we can get a settlement down. I think is going to be the biggest and the fastest thing. So that's what I'm planning on doing. So if people want to like immediately rush to do tools, that could be a thing. Or if people want to gather resources for like tiering up again to tier 3, I think that's what we should be like looking at. I would say here but can only lurk also first. Hi Shock, how are you? Enjoy the lurk. We were talking about the wipe and having everyone settled together. And how instead of having it as one empire, it's going to be 3 different empires so that Tony and I can gang up on you and take over, start a war with you, Shock. That's our goal. Okay. No. We still haven't talked even about if we're going to do 3 empires or 1 empire, how that's going to work. I assume we're going to do 3 empires just in the same region. It's so funny. But yeah, I'd be curious to see if, like, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I think the most important part, 3 works for me. I like having the little circle selector crown thing. Yeah. The 3 of us have our crowns. Ooh. You know what I just thought of? And it would be amazing is if we have an event that is like community versus community and then have like your community, my community, Tony's community, and we could do like a Olympics or a relay or something. I think that would be so freaking cool. It would be, of course, friendly competition, like, and then we could like try and bribe people to be on our teams, and we could have like the list of teams, or have like us at some point do like a co-stream and then like have our teams selected. Oh, okay. I'm coming up with amazing ideas. We're officially doing three empires. That'd be so much fun. But yeah, back on the previous topic. Also, hi Shock, heart your face. I would say getting to tier 4. I'm thinking tier 4. Getting the market, getting the settlement established, getting to tier 4, I think, is going to be the priority. And then take it slow after tier 4, or gauge how people feel, because I don't want to burn people out. Like, I can personally farm the codex in like a couple hours for the first codex. That's fine. I think it took me 6 hours the first time, something like that. But that's also using a starter settlement versus the processor, so it might be a little bit longer. So I might have people use their processors, and then we'll figure it out. But one person can work on the first codex, and then the tier 2 codex takes like a day as well. And if we have more people working on it, it'll be even faster. Tier 3 is going to be like a little slower, but it's still completely doable in like 2 days. And then tier 4, hitting tier 4 and staying at tier 4, and then gauging people's response. Hey, do you guys want to level up? Or say, hey, here's the system to level stuff up. If you want to contribute to it, you can contribute to it. If you want to do your own thing, now's the opportunity to do your own thing. If you agree to sign up as a specific profession, then like obviously do that profession. Yeah. And so like I personally will look at it as 75-25, or even like possibly 80-20. And so I would like to see other people do at least like a 50-50. Or if they do it, do like 60-40, 70-30, and then in their favor, not in the tier up favor. So it just depends. Like we can gauge that, but hitting tier 4, I think is going to be the minimum, the foundation. Crop oil, animal fur, straw, pain points. Yeah. That's going to be one of those things, like efficiently maintaining processors. So have something smelting at the same time that you have a crop growing. Go out while you have the crop going, go out and get fur. Like, yeah. Still waiting on details overall to form a strategy, much unknown, and not sure how many I'll have to help depending on dates and timing. Yeah. And like, honestly, at that point, we could all say, hey, once we hit tier 4, like the first group that hits tier 4, go help the other group hit tier 4. That way, it's not just one person doing it if the time frame doesn't work. And then we actually lean on our communities, and like that's why us being in the same area will be helpful. We're not alone. Hey, I got an egg somehow. I'm happy to focus on the workbenches like Cal used to, if that's helpful. I think with the system going forward of having primarily a community treasury, I'm just going to call it a treasury. Moving forward, having a community treasury, I don't think we're going to have a problem with having workbenches. I don't think so. But I do think that was very helpful as a whole, because as soon as we did the upgrade, Cal put down benches like that. He like immediately like had them going. Green frog. So that was helpful because both the things were happening simultaneously. We were doing the tier up and he was doing the benches. And so once we hit that, that was also like finished. So I don't know. Pat and Cal coming back after wipe, maybe. Pat might. If he's in the channel, he can answer for himself. Momaki and the farmer. Oh my god. I wish. I hope. I see old faces. Unfortunately, I do not think Cow will touch BitCraft ever again. Not even for launch. It is. A divide in our relationship at this point is BitCraft. Playfully, not like seriously. Like, obviously I can play what I want to play and he plays what he wants to play and does what he plays. Like, it's not actually like a hugely serious thing, but yeah, I think he's done. The problem with him specifically is he no longer, what he views for a game no longer aligns with Clockwork. So for him specifically, it is, he's burnt the bridge. Like, in his mind, Clockwork and him, they have a burnt bridge. He's not gonna, it's kind of like PAX Day with like the two of us. It's the same thing. So for him, he's like, you had one chance and then that chance isn't gonna happen anymore. So I would love to see him come back, but I know for the betterment of his sanity and not forcing something, it would be better that he does what he does. But yeah, he essentially he lost respect of Clockwork, or Clockwork lost his respect. And yeah, that's it. It was nothing about the game mechanics itself. It was the decisions that the company was making with those with the mechanics. But that's his personal gameplay. So it's not malicious. It is just, it didn't line up with what he wanted in a video game anymore. So, I can build roads. Not sure if I ever mentioned, but we built road. You built a road. Where is this road? Have you shown this road? I didn't know you built a road. Sorry, I have to deal with the hangnail. I'm grooming myself on stream. It's snagged on my blanket, and I was like, no, I have to immediately fix that. But yeah, I didn't know you built a road. Was it a Roman road? Did it go straight through and commandeer respect from the forest and everyone around it? Was it a large road? But yeah, no. I think having more community projects like building roads is also going to be easier to implement after. Because I know Region 9 has a lot of people that are just dedicated to building roads. Okay, now time for lurk. Enjoy the lurk. But yeah, there's a lot more people that are like dedicated to building roads. But yeah, I think community projects are going to be a big thing. So having more people from all over just kind of working on a common goal. Oh. Boop. So yeah. Also, for next week, I need to, has now finished his solo settlement. Did you learn anything by that? Like that you didn't expect? Would you do it again? Like, what was the learning experience from doing a tier 6 solo settlement? I'm curious. But my schedule for next week, I'm changing it around so it's not going to be the same as it was this week. What I'm most likely going to do is front load BitCraft. So Monday and Tuesday doing BitCraft, and then Wednesday, Thursday doing Warframe. That way, Tony, because Tony and I stream at the exact same time, and so it would allow him to keep his stream time, but we're not like fighting for views. Not that we're actually fighting for views. People can have the same thing up at the same time, but I think in general it would be nicer, because I'm already going to be playing a game for another 2 days, or playing a different game for 2 days. I can just line it up so that it's not when he is, or is when he is. You get what I'm saying. Have a plan, stick to it, but have regular variety to avoid burnout. Yeah. Crossing streams can be dangerous. Well done. I.e. planning, i.e. spreadsheets, calculator websites, whatever is essential. Something that can give you different size tasks you can choose to take on depending on how much time you have. So essentially making it bite size. That's what I'm hearing from that. After kind of looking at like being somewhat solo over a period of time, coming up with your own goals, I think is like the hardest part. So I can definitely see having like small chunks, instead of like burning yourself out collecting 20,000 flowers. You could be like, I'm going to collect 1,000 flowers this day. I'm going to collect 1,000 rocks this day. And then like you cycle through the things that you need. So it varies. I think that's it's a good way to do it. Hi, Shed. How are you? The box. But yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited. I can't wait. But yeah, I do think a lot of people are going to come back, at least in the beginning. I think a lot of people are going to come back. Whether they stay is a different question. But everyone likes the new shiny. Yeah, like if I have time and the inclination to hunt 500 animals, do it. But if I've got some work to do and can only run it in the background, the system kind of needs to tell me what kind of fish to catch or ore to mine at a glance. Keep it frictionless. I like that. I do like that. Did you... I was gonna say, did you set up some sort of automation, or was it just that you could see the spreadsheet and be like, oh, I'm still missing this? And then you would write down the next thing and then the next thing, and so it would keep cascading? Okay. It's really hard to... Yeah, with a microphone. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very sad. I'm very sad about the ball brawls. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Just use the spreadsheet, but I think... I still think it would be cool to make a multi-user system that has settlement tasks everyone can choose to take on, register task completion, assign points. Could make it web-based, would be better implemented in-game though. yeah, that would be really good to have in game, but I do think you have websites like, I think, To-Do List, or they use them for businesses, but it's essentially the same thing. You could set a spreadsheet up on one page, and then you could do tasks, and then each person would sign in, and they could like take the task, and you'd see what people are working on. I'm trying to think, like, I thought the name was To-Do List, but it might be something different. But yeah, there's websites out there that are already like designed. The other thing you could do is use a website like Notion, and like build your own website database type thing. Because apparently you can make your own Wikipedia via Notion. I use Notion all the time now for my note taking and making sure. My home. I love Notion at this point. It's so useful. And the fact that it's across all platforms, it's really, really, really nice. But yeah, you could like set something up like that and use like Notion as well. But I think To-Do List or shoot, what was the other one? It's like a board looking, like you pin stuff. And there's like to-do lists and etc. Sparkle. Hi, Sparkle. But yeah, there's plenty of websites. I think, honestly, using one of those just in general for having a settlement, like a group settlement, would be extremely helpful. And then you can have, like, stuff attached to those to-do lists, but everyone sees it. You can also do it with spreadsheets, but people would have to like have permission to edit the spreadsheet, which could be a little dangerous. Yeah. Or have two spreadsheets, one that people can edit and one that's not, and then have the one that's not editable being the like resource one. The AI in Notion is very nice for setting up complex databases. I haven't tried to do that yet. Would make for a pretty good Discord bot. Actually, have a channel that gets updates each player finishes a task. Needs to be 0-click system. Says we need 100 tier 3 fish oil. Somebody dumps it in the chest. It gets recorded and they get points. No interface needed. That sounds like somewhat of the bot that Ribo has. But so the problem is the system. How would the system know about the 100 tier 3 fish oil? Like, you would have to put the tasks in. The automatic part would be knowing if someone put them in the box and who put them in the box and getting those points. Well, you'd set a settlement goal, tier 5, and then the bot would like read off the spreadsheet. That would be a lot of, like a list of code. Because I imagine a bot just being like, you need 500 this, 1200 this, this and this and this and this and this and this and this, and it's like, oh. It would figure out next steps, next lowest tier of material needed. Yeah, but it's still like 20... No. Way more than like 25 materials. If you manage to get it working, that'd be interesting to see implemented. My settlement goal is to have Floof back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. I hope to see old faces. People come back at least for a little bit. I am getting into the territory of it might not be conducive for me to go back home. I might have to go somewhere else to process this fish. It's a complex system, but many have made it. I've got a prototype I haven't touched in a couple of months. Yeah, code. I should probably at some point try to learn coding. But it's kind of like math. I used to know HTML, but HTML is like, I don't consider that like really coding. It's just memorizing formulas. So yeah. Should at some point. Because there's like a bunch of Discord bots I would love to get made and just not the knowledge and know-how. Like, I can come up with the design and the dream of it and what it possibly could do, but yeah. Yeah, it looks like you're done exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. I don't know. Am I even in ocean fish anymore? I guess I still am. I'm gonna try and skirt down here and see. I should just use the resource tracker. It would save me so much time. Hello. Oh, it's a Tony. Hello, Tony. Hi. Faye. Hi, Faye. How are you? It's a raid. It is a raid. Activate shield wall. There we go. Yo. Hello. How was stream? I didn't get to lurk as much as I wanted to, but hi, Dan. Good to see you. Shock is also lurking. Knife. Hi. I'm currently trying to find tier 5 fish. I'm going to get, once Del comes back from vacation, I'm going to get the shield wall emote made. Oh, thank you, Roskar. Stream was great. So much content in this batch. It's true. I got the 2 doggos. How do I get the white doggo? How do I get the white doggo? So I got the 2 doggos and the emotes need level 50 taming. I'm at 40. Gotta kill a bunch of king jackals for the stuff too, I think. Oh, I haven't even touched a king jackal. I don't know. Level 50 taming, but I don't see a quest for it. I was gonna say maybe go try talking to Alici if you haven't done that already. Don't forget to look at the locked tab in quests. JK, I see it now. There you go. So tier 5 fish up in the tundra, but I'm all the way down here. King Jackal 2 toy? You mean automatons? But yeah, welcome. I'm glad stream is good. We've been talking about the update and wipe and planning what we're gonna do. Rybo brought up a really awesome question earlier, which was, do we plan on having 1 empire or 3? And I said probably 3. Remember to visit Svim to upgrade your Svim. You have to upgrade your Svim. Poor Svim. I guess I'm just gonna head back and see if there's any more nodes this way. I still need to look at a resource tracker. I just don't know how to implement it. Ah, Discord, which I don't know what it's about. Awesome. Oh, that's funny. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, our Discord, we're going to be talking about a lot of prep stuff. We're going to be talking about a lot of prep stuff. I'm down for whatever means. Blah, blah, blah. Go look at the quest. You're going to need a bigger boat. Skiff might be underlocked if you haven't gotten that far. Oh, yeah. It tells me to make a whitewater skiff. Because that's the only one that I haven't made yet. I don't think I want to manage the tiering of a settlement. I won't have the time. Oh, interesting. Okay. I will join whatever empire makes me a traveling witch themed title. What if we all do? No, I honestly, I think when I envision moving forward with this, one settlement to rule them all, like moving forward with it, I think like, yeah, it'll be 3 different empires, but the 3 empires are essentially like such like a coalition that that it doesn't really matter. Like if you're part of one, you're a part of all 3 is what I'm envisioning. I'll be too focused on the empire rather than the settlement infrastructure. No, that's fair. That is definitely fair. I was telling Chuck, like, maybe the first person to get to like tier 4 settlement will help the other people get to the tier 4 settlement. That way it's all like we're all helping each other. And so like the person who has like the lowest tier, we go help them get tiered up. Or say, hey, we're going to focus on getting this place tiered up. Stuff like that. The new skiff quest build you an uber skiff with all buffs combined into one. What? I did not know about that. An uber skiff. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I'm gonna have to check into that. But yeah, I'm also trying to figure out, like, are we going to do, like, somewhat close to each other? Are we going to do, like, already on the other side of the map? Like, stuff like that. I'm trying to work out logistics, but we also don't know exact details. And because we don't know exact details, it's kind of hard to plan. We don't have enough information. 'Tis true. I personally, I hope we get information about the map beforehand. That way we're not wasting time trying to find where we want to like locate or like settle. But I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be something that's like maybe data mineable. We'll see. We don't know when wipe is though, right? Correct. We do not know. Seeing how the hexite energy works, because I might mine it if I'm traveling a lot. Yeah. Because it depends on, like, I think they said about capturing mines. There's prospecting, capturing mines, and one other thing that I wasn't paying attention to. Oh, finding the meteorites. So I think capturing the mine might be like Empire only, or everyone can go into it. I don't know. Again, not enough details, so we don't know how it's going to be implemented. A new prospecting for pet and bark. Bark? I was going to make an animation for the wipe. Oh. Yeah, at some point, I kept saying earlier, there is going to be a poll in the main Discord. Make sure to keep an eye out for it whenever that launches is going to be very, very, very important. Bark is white water. Ah, I see. But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure like as soon as that launches, we'll probably like yell at people and be like, "Hey, go do this. Go check this out." I need to find a good place in the tundra to set it. To set it? Oh, like the background? I am not sure. But yeah, I would love to see the map beforehand. Yeah, for the background. Gotcha. Yeah, because like one of my I don't want to say unfun or fears, but one of the things that like I'm personally like if we don't get like the map beforehand, if it's the same map, a different map, etc., whatever, if we don't have that map information, when you jump into the game, like you have to go find a place, and that could take a lot of time. And then when you actually finally find a place, like someone else might already be there, where you can organize with people to say, hey, I'd like to put a settlement here. I'd like to put a settlement here. This seems like it would be nice. So it would allow for collaboration and not people just kind of like panicking and like scrambling. Plus not knowing like ahead of time. You can't plan. So I think Mitch said the other day that they might reveal it beforehand. Yeah, hopefully. That's my own personal. I know there's people out there that are like, don't reveal it. And I understand also in that sense. But it's easier. Let me put it this way. It's easier to reveal it. And then like those people that don't want to see it, don't see it. Versus if you don't reveal it, but the people that really wanted it revealed, like, yeah. So, but yeah, there is like a little bit of that, like, ooh, what am I gonna find? But like, you're gonna get that anyhow. You're gonna get that experience, like walking through stuff. Yeah, you're gonna see, but like people go find third-party resources anyhow. Oh, I want to go find this item. Where's the tundra? Oh, this is the tundra. Oh, where's this resource at? So it's not like we don't already have the information or try to find the information. Plus, I don't even know, like, with BitCraft map, what's going to happen with BitCraft map? What's going to happen with BitJita? Stuff like that. A jungle spire settlement, like a settlement that wraps around a spire. Are you going to have one giant tower? Or are you just gonna like leave whatever you find there? That's so funny. I wonder how many towers we're gonna have. Because I know we have like Region 5 has the tower. I think there's another tower elsewhere. I think we already have a tower in Region 9. Like, there's gonna be towers everywhere. It's gonna be funny. Fishies. Come on, fishies. Where are you? Where are you? But yeah, so it's exciting. This is exciting. Very exciting. I love the idea of building a settlement wrapping up a spire. I will offer my assistance when you need it. Now, will it be actually wrapping up the spire, or would it be that the spire is just in the middle and then you have the settlement at the bottom? Wrapping up the... Oh, wow. That is going to be a lot of terraforming then. Hoo-wee. Yeah, the different tier levels. It's definitely an ambitious project. You'd have to have the elevators galore. Or, like, have the stairs wrap around as well. Maybe I'll wait for full release. But I don't know. We'll do a test next week. Nice. And have your cache at the top of the spire to feed everything? Technically you could, couldn't you? Because it doesn't count height. It only counts distance. So you could have your cache at the very top. Mapping its full size out beforehand will be best with a road going up and plateaus at certain levels. Yeah. You would have to see like the distance where it seems reasonable to put a plateau. Because like, would you do it like as a petals and has it wrap, or would you have it like dedicated like up? Yeah. I've played with similar ideas at Snow Phoenix campsite. You might want to check it out for ideas. I'm stealing this. Because I want to go see. Once we get a confirmation. Wait. Gaming BitCraft. Like right now, I'm using Notion. So, neat. There we go. So once we get the confirmation of dates, or date rather, I'm going to spend the week prior, going, actually it'd be like a week and a half, going around to each region and just viewing it. So each day will be a different region. I'll probably start with like, just do it in order. And then like walk around, look at all the towns. Actually, cause like, I won't be able to hit every single town, most likely, but I will like hit like major ones at least, or capitals at least. Because it'd be nice to also have it as an archive. So like if other people don't think about like, oh, I meant to like preserve this, it could be in like my stream and they can like take screenshots of like, oh, hey. It is basically just a small playground for testing ideas I want to implement afterward. Oh, that's cool. Give us unlimited TP energy for the last week so we can see all the places. Yeah, I think something like that would be nice. Something like that would definitely be nice. That way, like, there's like a lot of the map that I haven't explored. Like a lot of the map I haven't explored. People are always, I'm going to actually start making a list of like towns to go look at. Like this week and like as I'm like playing and doing stuff. So if I haven't checked out your settlement, please let me know. And like, I'm going to put it on the list and then we're going to go check it out. And I'll look at each region. So I need to put, there we go. But yeah, yes, totally not so I can go around and do everyone's shared crafts. I mean, that too. Try to push for 100. Yeah, I did the math where I was like, oh, I'm 73 fishing. Would I be able to hit 100 in like 2 to 4 weeks? No. So at this point, I'm just going to do things that I enjoy and then do the settlement or the region walkthrough. And I think that might be it. And then start planning. At some point, I want to pull up, there's a website that you can plan your settlement stuff. I want to try and use that to get a rough idea of how we're going to build. That way we know. Also, hi Melody. I forgot to say hi. I read it and it was blue and the other text was blue. I'm so sorry. How are you? Also Remy. Hi Remy. I'm going for 100 in foraging if I can. Yeah. I would love to have 100 in fishing, but it's not going to happen. But now Metronome gets the credit Metronome deserves, which is good. Yeah. Excited. So, Remy, what do you think of the update? I haven't been able to like stop in for your stream, and so I kind of am curious what you think of everything. What's your plans? And we can like kidnap you, right? So you're gonna come with us, me, Shock, Tony, the 4 of us can like go have a region. I'm trying to like kidnap all of our friends into like one region. I've already shoved her in my trench coat. You can't have her. That's fine. It'd be 3 squirrels in a trench coat. Sorry. One of us. One of us. I didn't stream today because of headache. Oh, I'm sorry. Headaches are no fun. I hate headaches. I had like a week straight of headaches. Pretty recently, actually. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can come too, Melody. Have everyone together. The only problem is it broke. Oh. Ha ha, region 3 broke. That's funny. I didn't actually mess with it, so it's broken on its own and I'll have to refresh. Fleet of Pirates, I'm not sure you really want that. It's funny. No more region 3 love. It broke. I probably have to just go in and refresh. What was I saying? Oh, the only problem with like kidnapping everyone to the same region is then it just becomes like region 5 and then it becomes overcrowded. So pirates cannot be trusted. I am a pirate. Well, I am a single witch, so a fleet of pirates is welcome. I am really, really interested to see how many people are going.
So,
that one worked.
Who broke it? I'm not mad. I just want to know.
I did.
That one worked. Terrible. I'm excited to do the quest for the new pets. Just waiting until tomorrow to poke at. Yeah. I did it earlier. So I have both the pets, but well, the ones that I can get. Apparently the white one is locked behind taming 50. Well, region 5 will still have those I want to be in the middle of the map people. Oh yeah. But I did get the new dance emotes. Yeah, I did too. RIP region 3. Ew. I stopped at 35. I got mine to 40 for the kit. I still haven't gotten my own kit yet. So maybe we should try and do that at some point. And see if we can actually get one. I'll beg for a luck bonus. But yeah, I'm very interested to see who decides that they're going to run stuff or if they aren't going to run stuff. If we have groups that are just going to combine. Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see how it works out. Somehow mine is sitting at 59. I got to 40 for the kit as well. I would say get to 60, but you probably can't even in like a 2-month time. I'm kidding. At least the alpha puppy quest unlocks with level 35. It's true. I just fished up the stinky fish and shove it in the pirate that shove it at a pirate that has level 40 plus. I mean, you can do that too. That works. That definitely works. But yeah, I'm very curious to see who's gonna stick around, who's gonna form new coalitions, who's gonna like not be solo anymore, or groups that are like going to split off and do their own thing. Like, to me, that's like really fascinating to see what will happen. And then also like see where people shift to. So yeah. I think that's really cool. Just a lot of unknowns. But as soon as we know something, we can start planning. And then today's Thursday. So I'm going to make my own post with me and my alts. There you go. Just make sure it's on a resource that people want. Like, you know, a tier 9 cave or something. I think at wipe I might try to world explore with metronome. Catalyst. Yeah. Catalyst is makes the world go round. I might try to world explore with metronome. Yeah. Did she say that she was going to do it again? Hi, Mad Dog. You were first. Congrats. I want to plan so much, but agreed. Too many unknowns. Wee. That's cool. At least maybe like doing it in a more efficient way. After having it done the first time. If I did it, I would want to just like zigzag across the entire map, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then just do that. You would, well, actually, you'd have to avoid, you couldn't, because you'd have to avoid the desert and like tundra. Because at the very beginning, unless you sit and farm for tea for a little bit, you're gonna just die. So you'd have to like save certain things for like later in the adventure. Or not tundra, the snowy peaks. So desert and snowy peaks. I haven't been to Tar. What is it called? The biome that I keep forgetting exists. Apparently is in region 6. Sapwoods? Yeah. I don't think I've ever touched a sapwoods. It is so pretty. I'll have to go check it out. Where is one? Your backyard? Remy, are you in a sap? Oh, yeah, you said you had right behind Derpson. Okay. Or Derpdom. Derpdom. See? Derp. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I'm gonna make a note of it. Derpdom. Region 6. There you go. My empire controls like a third of the sapwood. I remember hearing you talk about it. But yeah, I haven't been. Does it require anything like what the desert and peaks do? Am I gonna like die if I walk through there without having something? Okay, that's good. I might die from mobs apparently though, so. If there isn't a road with lights, yes. Well, armor, because Umbra, yeah. That's what I was immediately thinking of. I have plate armor. It's not very high, but it should do. I don't know if people can hear me drinking or not. I feel like it's going to be very loud. Can't wait for us to make the Dark Souls Poison Swamp in BitCraft. And then put it in Region 9. Yep, I was about to say. At least tier 4 is good. Okay. At least tier 4. Nope, can't hear you. Can you actually hear it? I feel bad if you can actually hear me drinking. It's also probably because this microphone is really good and it's like right at my throat when I drink. So, sad face. Waits for the belch. No. It's tea, not soda. But yeah. We'll have to see what it is. Because like right now my game plan is like Autumn Forest, find a wisteria tree. That can be my one tree. But if they like change around how like the boars or tier 3, if they take away the male and female aspect, then it opens up, like I can just go anywhere I want, because the reason I want to be in an autumn forest is because it'd be easier to access that bottleneck in the game. And so we could have boars in their backyard, kind of like the post office up here has boars in their backyard. So it'd be easy to like just come here and farm. So yeah. Plus Autumn Forest is very pretty and it matches the Ember theme. So yeah. I am thinking about doing that, but if there's not one in an ideal location, because I still require ocean access, I want to try and be towards the center of the map this time. So I don't want to say like dead center because that's where everyone's gonna go, but like somewhat center. And then it would also depend on like the biomes and riverways. I really hope riverways with waterfalls and stuff like that doesn't become a prevalent issue. 45 stream streak. Wow. And you still only get 450 points for that? That seems... So when is the wipe? We don't know. There's no date confirmed yet. The last time someone said anything about it, they said that Minch said on a stream that it was like 2 to 4 weeks.
What did I start?
That one works.
Nothing. Nothing that wasn't going to happen anyhow.
Yeah, they said they were looking at 2 to 4 weeks. Okay. The wipe is only in your mind. This is the Matrix. But yeah, I'd be interested to see, because there's a lot of logistics. I don't want to have to move. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Heart hands. They're going to do a poll on what level of wipe it will be. Yep. Faye, thank you for the 1 hour. I personally want like full wipe. Wipe it all. I think the consensus of most people that I've run across so far are talking about it are saying like full, like absolutely full wipe. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see when that poll goes out. Scorched earth, leave nothing behind. I wouldn't say that, but at least a clean slate. Just like war. Oh, that's funny. Wipe it clean. Get the dude wipes out. We do have a Hexite comet coming straight at us. It's true. 'Tis true. It is called Starfell. Lucha says, I'm the one making the poll. Mwahahaha. Oh, that's so funny. You're just waiting to post it. Do it now. Getting sick for like a week to put it off. Guys, I think I have the cold of my hands. Region 5 is uninhabitable for the first month. My hands have a cold. I'm fine, just my hands have a cold. It's so great. Am I gonna find tier 5 fish up here? I'm gonna test it. I don't know that I will, but I'll test it. But yeah, that's funny. I think Clockwork Labs should hire a folk. They already have voxel, right? That's how that works. According to community, I think that's how that works. Oh, Rothgar. Oh man. Steven Sharif is free. I'm half a Fall Guy. Was it Ryan Reynolds that did the movie Fall Guy? Too soon. That's so funny. Well done. Yeah, like I don't even know if I'm gonna find tier 5 fish this way. We're just like uncovering stuff. Haven't found the other half of your trench coat. Oh. Which half of the trench coat are you? The top or bottom? Those little bouncy Among Us characters from the game Fall Guys? No, I thought there was a movie. Problem is I don't have final say on anything, so a lot of backlash gets sent past me. We take turns. Point guard trying to block the insults from going further. There you go. I think... No, it was Fall Guy movie, Ryan Gosling. It was 2004 or 2024, yeah. The Fall Guy. It has Enemy Blunt and Ryan Gosling. So yeah. I could have sworn there was a movie that... Free Guy, that's where the NPC, yeah. That's the one I was thinking of in my head, but there is actually a Fall Guy movie. Ad break. We are in ads. Ads. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. I need to blow my nose. One sec. Actually, I should probably blow my nose and use the restroom. We're gonna take a small break. I'll be right back. Okay. I was eating cheese and decided to play around with the webcam. Okay. Oh. Stretchy. Stretchy. Okay. But yeah. My blanket's all messed up. What is the lore for the white giant comet? It's Starfell. I mean, that's possible. It is called Starfell after all. Not, well, technically Starfall. If you're a point guard, what am I? Lutra's the actual net. I picture like soccer. So Voxel's the goalie and Lutra is the actual net. Voxel said if I do animation, do some lore ones. So if I do a wipe animation, what is the reason? Make it snapping fingers and suddenly Thanos. Tactus, enjoy your 6 hours. Oh, that's so good. Oh, we didn't get an egg. Thanos snapped, exactly. Suddenly it's 5 years later. And because of the supply decay, it's all new. So I think that's kind of funny, actually. Be like, we're jumping into the future. I have heard, okay, why is this still going around? Why is this, explain to me how and why this is a thing. I am seeing a lot of commotion about locomotion. People are like ranting and raving about trains. And why? Like, sure, trains are cool and it'd be interesting, but a commotion about locomotive. Or a commotion about locomotion. Something like that. I think I said it better the first time. But yeah. Give me my trains. Clockwork. You are clockwork. Just give yourself a train. I asked Voxel what they would love to see in the game, and he said trains, but it's probably won't be added. I said roleplay, not lore. There you go. Because logistics. Yeah. It'd be very hard logistically to put trains in. But, so that's where it's coming from. Voxel started. Okay. Now I know I can actually blame you for something now. I didn't have a reason to blame you before. But I actually have a reason to blame you now. All this commotion about trains. It's your fault. Got it. So you just decided to like stir the pot. We will give players access to trains except for Voxel. You stir in that pot. It's okay. I'm going to need to make you a star chart at this point. I think star chart, I think of Warframe. We can have like the board with the red string everywhere and be like this started here, which tied into here, which became this, and then we have like a big ball of string wrapped around like certain topics like gondolas. And then like, man, yep. Oh, in the UK you use them for when people behave. Oh, like here's a gold star. Yeah, I was thinking Warframe. We're disappointed in you. I used to get gold stars for pooping. Yep. I should probably start implementing that as an adult too. Now I'm all self-conscious about... It's almost done. There's only like 2 more sips left. Okay. I'm reading Region Tat right now, which are talking about wipes and stuff. The whoops. Lutra, is the thing that you're in control of this upcoming poll, it's not going to be something that we have to like dig for in like general chat, is it? Because I was thinking about like trying to make a link to it and send people. So like if it's in like announcements or news or something. Yeah, I will put it everywhere. Every channel. Every single one of them. Then you get banned for spam. Ah, teehee. Teehee. Oh. Ooh. What I pictured in my head, to me, is hilarious. I don't know if it's gonna be funny to anyone else, but I picture Lucha going through, copying and pasting this poll to every single channel, it taking like 5-10 minutes, sitting back, taking a breath, and then going, bad Lucha. As the punishment for spamming. That whole scenario just played out in my head. I was like, man, like you can't really ban yourself or like time yourself out. Discord bot bans its owner. There you go. Oh man, that's. I started laughing to the point where I was like, oh man. Oh. Jeez. Oh. And then the Discord becomes sentient and we're all screwed. I want to race my bit friends in go-karts. Like, we already have wagons. We already have carts. I'm thinking of like the farm cart that was in Arcade, where you put cargo in it, and then like it was a little tractor that like pulled your stuff. But I'm like, is that really necessary? Because we have a wagon. Like, unless it's faster because it's like, say, steam powered. But then every single person would just use the faster thing. Plus you have goat, but it only has one slot. Or deer rather. And ox is pretty slow. Yeah, I don't know. Off to bed. Night to night. Have a lovely stream. Also night to chat. Thank you very much for stopping in. Heart your feast, and can't wait to well, see what happens. And good luck. Good luck with the poll. Definitely good luck with the poll. But yeah. Night night. Goat carts. But yeah, like I'm thinking about it like what upgrade? Because at some point, like, you're gonna get kind of like power creep. Because people are gonna want the next fastest thing and the next fastest thing and the next fastest thing. So, like, that's kind of sketchy. But yeah. I'm not sure. Because I could see, like, steam-powered stuff being introduced. It feels like it would fit in the world pretty easily. But yeah. Well, I think to a degree there is a tiny bit of like magic in Starfell. 'Cause like you have like the hexite capsules and hexite itself. And like it kind of technically has mystical properties, sort of. So is there anything else that is in Starfell that has like a mystically, because everything else seems pretty like hyper realistic. You have a tool, you use the tool, you craft. There isn't much that's just like I summon said thing, minus like actually summoning your deployables and stuff like that. That's technically could be considered pocket magic. But yeah. I'm curious. There was, I think, in the main Discord, someone actually went over like some of the actual like lore. So I am curious. 'Tis be curious. I don't know if you heard that or not. But yeah. I personally I'm neutral. Like, I could take it or leave it about having like magic in the game. I think having potions is like the extent of healing that I would picture. But yeah, I don't see like full magic, like casting spells or stuff like that, ever really coming into play. Ancient technology is kind of like, yeah, that's what, like the watchtowers and hexite shards and I mean in general, some of like look at the NPCs and what they're like. We used to have jackals that used magic. Wait, I'm sorry. Are these the Bluetooth jackals you're talking about? Is that magic? Is that the magic you're talking about? Totally. That's funny. But yeah. It's very... Yes. Yep. But yeah, I don't see it actually being something in the world. But again, we could suddenly have like something discovered and unleash like this energy wave across all of Starfell. And then suddenly there's magic. I mean, there's endless opportunities in a world like this. Would people like to see magic? And if so, what kind of magic would you want to see? Also, alchemy is kind of like magic. But yeah. I don't think healer is necessary. It would be like a supplementary type thing for potions. Being like offensive to cast spells. You got the crossbow, so it would just be kind of reskinned. Yeah. I would be curious. Let's just start heading back north for a little bit. At some point, we're going to have to go home and process what we have, but I want one more node. And then I'll say that again. I want one more node and one more mode. Am I still in ocean? Yeah, I'm still in ocean. It is just much easier to navigate using map. And the fact that you don't see the resources unless you have it discovered. Maybe I'll... Actually, if I do my... the tour of each region, I'll probably hit like 10% world discovery. Or maybe even more, depending. How long did it take Metronome to do it? Was it like a couple months? I would be curious to know if they worked on like tasks at all to like maybe get a mount to see if it was faster, or if they got a boat. Well, they'd have to, or did they use a... How does that work? I hope they didn't use a raft the whole time. That would be horrible. They skiffed it. So they got their skiffed week 1. Okay, so they rushed to collect the skiff and then... Okay. Yeah, it's very easy to get the skiff. And even easier now that there's the flotsam. So... And what you could do is trade it. So, yeah. It was nearly every triple turn-in. Yeah. That was the thing for a while. I'm definitely going to pay attention to turn-ins or tasks more. I'd probably be able to do like maybe 2 a day. Maybe to do half. I don't think I'd be able to do I definitely wouldn't be able to do all 4. I like my sleep too much. But maybe 3, because every 4 hours, 8 hours. Yeah, it would probably be something, I think it'd be 3. Because my stream itself goes 7 hours, so that would be 1.5, well, a little over 1.5 tasks refreshes. And then if I played at night, I would just do the task reset like super quick at night. Ox plus Skiff and Max Wagon are a must. Yeah. As soon as you get in the game, that, yeah. My alt doesn't have any of that yet. I don't know if I'm going to work on it on my alt. I think I might just rush it on the main. But I don't know, we'll see. My alt might, for like the first week, just dig a hole or build a tower somewhere. Oh, excuse me. Try and get construction up so that I can get furniture made for higher storage. I think that's going to be like the game plan. Plus, I don't have to babysit it too much. But I guess it depends. If I have long crafts going, then I might be able to actually like do something else. We'll see. I'll play that one by ear. I will definitely play that by ear. Because I know that's what Chaotic did earlier, and he's the one who gave me the tier 7 furniture a long time ago at this point. Rushed to tier 7 construction. So yeah, I could technically do that. And it's very helpful because higher storage means easier management, like item management. You can store more sheet. It's going to be interesting to see. Oh my gosh, I just thought of this. How, if people are going to prioritize housing, because it's going to require the codex. So are you going to prioritize housing or a settlement? Yeah. I guess we'll see. It's funny because I think for me, I was more settlement focused versus empire focused, because like I ended up making an empire like way late compared to everyone. So it's going to be interesting, Tony, like you were saying, dividing the attention, you'd probably focus more on empire. I'm like, I didn't even think about that. Because I'd have to split the attention unless someone is going to run the empire. Yeah, now that it's a resource that depends on players. Yep. Because I'm like, you'd have like... Actually, no. I could just do that with my alt. Depending on what happens with that. Oh, maybe I do need a third alt. One for construction that just sits there. Another one to grind empire resources. Something to think about. I guess, like, also, if someone's like, oh, I don't know what I want to do, I could just be like, go fetch meteorites. Because previously, people were like, I don't know what to do. I'd be like, go hunt. Go to hunting. But yeah, now it's like there's so many things. Oh, no wonder I'm losing sleep. I also, like I said, I want to build the settlement blueprints and stuff like that at some point. The first time you climb is likely going to be super strategic, and then as you expand your empire, you'll build the road infrastructure bridging your outposts. Interesting. Yeah, because like you'd have to have, okay, so like a watchtower. Your watchtower is going to be where your capital is. So you would want to like build this together. The first tower to the second tower will probably need outposts and roads connecting them. Well, okay, so then it'd be like this, having the roads connecting here. I don't necessarily know if you would necessarily need outposts, but maybe. I guess it just depends on how far apart they are. If they stay with the same 2x2x2, then like walking it's fine. Yeah. Because the towers are going to, yeah. Oh yeah, there's going to be a rush to like find one of the caves and immediately put a tower down for the cave. Yeah. Again, I would like to know if this is going to be like data mineable. Have it prepared ahead of time. Be like, as soon as it launches, see about trying to find the resource for it. And then go to where that is and like map out towers and things and yeah. Because if it's not trackable, that's even better. My hope is the information is easily accessible for everyone. Not just a select few. Fair. Definitely fair. There's a lot of people out there that don't know about like the data mining and like BitChita and third party stuff. So, yeah. A lot of people that don't even know how to use that kind of stuff. I personally, I need to get used to using the resource. I still haven't downloaded seals. No, oracles. Extension. I still haven't. So I need to do that at some point. Need to do that at some point. The Chrome extension is amazing. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Because it could have helped me find my tier 5 fish. Instead of me like spending 90% of my time trying to find them in the ocean. But we are going to be heading back home to process this. Didn't get another frog, but it's okay. The traveling witches. You can select multiple from the list, so if you want tier 1, tier 5, and yourself tracked at the same time, it's just a couple clicks. That's super useful. Yeah. Made easy. And it saves your preferences too. Ooh. Yeah. I haven't touched it yet. Maybe I'll touch it after wipe, depending on if it's still there and still relevant, useful, usable, etc. Is there a reason? Hi, Svem. I guess a little bit. My cargo clipper is too far away. Oh man. There are a few things you should touch after you wipe toilet paper. That's about it. Wait, no. Why would you touch toilet paper after you wipe? Maybe shake the hands of your enemy. Wipes. Baby wipes. Hi, Svim. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's sit here and process this. That's not too bad. Boop, 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 boop. Done. Okay. It has been switched. Yeah, it depends if you use some wet source, and then I guess you can clean it up with some toilet paper. You do dry, wet, dry. That's how you do it. Dry, wet, dry. You use the toilet paper first, get most of it off, then use the wet, and then you use dry to make sure that you're no longer wet. Dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. So funny. Welcome to the Hearth, where we talk about how to wipe your own ass. Oh, jeez. Okay. Speaking of wiping, has anyone else seen those videos online of like parents trying to teach their kids about wiping with using balloons in a chair? I find it absolutely hilarious. I mean, I'm sure it works, but yeah. It's funny. It's really funny to me. Yeah, so they tape two balloons. They attach it to a chair, like tape it to a chair. They sit down on the chair. So the balloons are supposed to essentially be your butt. And then they take something, usually like chocolate, and they put it in between the balloons and then teach the kid how to actually wipe, showing them with the balloons. Yeah. Yeah. Just like look up toilet training parents or something. Yeah. Yeah. It's very weird. I guess it could be visually useful for the kid to learn that, but still. Sorry. That was really loud. I'm gonna blow my nose 1 sec. My nose is all stuffy. One sec. Okay, I'm no longer actively dying, but I'm still working on it, so... Okay. I also took the second to eat another piece of cheese. Okay. How do you get the coconut hat? What quest? Wait, what? What starts that quest? It's in your locked quest. Ah, I see. Skeef. Fishing. I see. Coconut quest is hard to do unless you're level 60 foraging or someone else helps you. I am level 65 foraging. Where do I consume the amount of writing can discuss? Oh. How do I The notes you found seem to discuss some kind of mighty helm that's been lost somewhere out in the world. Your notes are badly ripped and you can't make out any details about the helm, but surely... Look at the yeah, this is the requirements. Again, I'm probably oblivious. Okay. I see. Termite mounds are in the jungle. Where do we have a jungle? Oh, this is all jungle, isn't it? Yeah. This is all jungle. After we finish this... Oh, shoot. I was looking at the time. Let's see. What do we has? It looks like Eagles Grace is on and Vel is on. If you haven't seen Vel's videos on YouTube, I highly suggest like going to check them out. They're cute. I liked watching. He's been like making video content of his like progression through playing BitCraft. Yeah. Just more BitCraft content, which is nice. Can never have enough BitCraft content. Okay. All right. So, it is Thursday. I'm going to be switching BitCraft to Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday is going to be Warframe. Unless for something, and there's like a collab for BitCraft. Then tomorrow, Friday, and Sunday, I'm posting YouTube shorts. I'm going to try and keep with a consistent schedule of posting 2 a weekend. That way I can take like footage from the week. At some point I need to make a backlog of like clips and stuff. But hopefully Friday and Sunday I can keep with it. We'll see if it... I like how I start hiccuping right when I start like finishing stuff. So those should be going out, and then I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, if there is chance of like streaming on the weekends, there might be a bonus stream. I will let people know in the Discord if that happens. I try to give people like at least like an hour heads up. I usually try to. But yeah, impromptu streams might not be a heads up thing. We'll have to see. It just depends on the timing of stuff. So those are going to usually be Warframe. And then yeah, BitCraft being Monday and Tuesday. Again, we have BitCast, which is the unofficial BitCraft vodcast. That's going to be February 13th. So Friday the 13th. So we'll talk more about our thoughts about the wipe, or maybe new information that gets released, or Empire System, or maybe reminiscent. There's a lot of content. So we'll go through a lot of stuff, I'm sure, on the BitCast. I expect it to like not stay. I think it's probably gonna run long. It'll probably like, I think 2.5 hours is probably our consistent time at this point. But yeah, we got to start planning. I almost want to start planning the layout, but I also kind of want to do it on stream. I don't know. I'm like kid in Christmas, and like I'm like, are there going to be presents under the tree? Are there not going to be presents under the tree? Like, I'm very like impatient. I'm very impatient. I want to know now. But yeah. I'm very interested to see how this poll goes. Send me the layout, please. I don't have one set yet, but I can. What are you gonna do with it? Eagles Grace, hello. Send me the layout, please. You will later tonight. That's if I work on it. Hi, Eagles. Are you still streaming for a bit? Are you done for the night? Hrothgar is speaking in code and I'm trying to decipher it. I'm going to unlearn the last 6 months of layout and get used to the new layout in my head. Since I have labs to do in the morning. Okie dokie. That works. I was gonna say, I haven't had any update on people streaming unless it's 8:30, which is shock. Which it is Thursday, so he's probably playing BitCraft today. Probably playing BitCraft today. But I guess we'll I'll have to see. Yeah. Okie dokie. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that is announcement wise or things that we need to do. I don't think so. Mom, have a good night. Yeah, we're wrapping up. Like I could go longer tonight, but I couldn't. I don't want to go like to 8:30. So I want to chill, try and like relax and maybe fall asleep early tonight. We'll see. Maybe. Hopefully. Who knows? But yeah. So sit down, just chill. Maybe plan the layout stuff. I don't know. We'll see. And then I do want to do like Warframe stuff this weekend as well. A lot to do. A lot to do. But we're almost done with the fish. Almost done with the fish. I really love the fact that I learned that I don't have to, like, I can batch craft it and it doesn't matter. I still love the fact that that is a thing, because sitting there trying to do 5 to 10 at a time, it's not terrible, but it definitely is time consuming, because you have to like collect it. It probably adds like 2 to 3 seconds each time. So if you have a 45-minute or 40-minute craft and you're adding, yeah, 5 to 10. Okay, so you're probably gonna laugh at me, but when I was doing crafting to try and get rare resources, what I was doing in my head was doing 5 to 10 at a time, thinking that it would hit that low number. And so a lot of times it seemed like I was getting more out of it, but it could have just been completely placebo. And so I'd be like, okay, well, here's multiple times to roll to get more. Because a lot of the times when we were doing like those big crafts and we'd get like 30 of something, I was like, oh, well, if I did it 5 at a time, I could have possibly gotten like 50, because it would have like rolled multiple times. And then someone was like, it doesn't matter because it's just continuing to roll behind the scenes. It's kind of like fishing, I guess. And I was like, oh, so yeah, it doesn't matter. Each hit or each tick is like a roll. And I was like, yep. So if I do it in small batches or large batches, I'm thinking like, oh, I'm gonna like work around the system. Nope. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I spent over thousands of hours in BitCraft thinking that it mattered, and it doesn't. And thus, kinda each individual item is one roll. So wait, are you telling me that I was onto something? Yeah, because like if you have one roll and that roll is low, but you split that one roll up into 10, does it matter? Oh, never mind. I see. I'm on board because there's 150 fish. One fish is a roll. So, yep. I immediately, as soon as one item is one roll, 100 is 150 times. Yeah. I caught it right when you were, I read it and then I looked over and I was like, that's what that is. So, yeah. It'll be okay, Tony. So, yeah. Okay. So, like, it doesn't matter how many you craft at a time then. Because it's 1-to-1. Collect to vault. Are we going to get a tip for the end of the world? Aww. Tuck your head between your knees. Only if we can get an animation from you. Ooh, stipulations. Nope. I wanted that. Eagle, thank you very much for the 1 hour. There we go. Put that in there. And then, so this is something I'm thinking about doing, like afterwards. So all of this is community chests here. I would like to figure out a system that we can put the chests and how to put the chests so that it fits, like it has a bunch of storage. At right now, like it would have to be like rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of chests, which is inefficient unless you have like high tier chests. So we will see. But yeah, my goal is to make more things communal. And so having chests in the open for each thing. So I also forgot that an oven is a producer. So at some point, I guess we'll just move the oven somewhere else. And maybe put a row of like here or something. I don't know. But it's something to remember in the future is like ovens don't go into the circle. I thought they did. They don't. Although it's a lot easier to make a tip than an animation. That's true. We have ads starting in 40. I only have 2 snoozes left. What? Interesting. Maybe something happened and it snoozed on its own. So I'm going to snooze that again because it's 5 minutes. Let's double check what's going on here. It is the same thing. And with that, okay. Have that copied. Copy. Okay. So, if people are interested in hearing our prep or what's going to happen, or if you want to join in with the prep for stuff after wipe stuff, please join the Discord. That's where we're going to put all the information. We can start theorizing. Well, we can start theorizing now, but we're only going to start planning when we get concrete information. Hopefully it's not like 4 days before the wipe actually happens. It's very typical that that's probably going to be the case, but yeah. So we're going to start talking about it. I'm going to start posting like layout ideas and like talking with the community. Like I can do the layout ideas like now. That's not dependent on map or anything or information. So I'll probably start working on that sooner than later. And then we all log in tomorrow and be like, what the hell? It wasn't even 2 weeks yet. If they wipe tomorrow, I really like, yay. I'm impatient though, because I'm like, well, just do it. Just do it. Like, I understand though, it's more than that because people want to take the time off. So people want the heads up to be able to take the time off to be there for the launch and stuff like that. Not launch. Wipe. I'm treating it in my head like it is launch because it is wipe and it's like a fresh start. So clean slate to me feels like the same. Don't have us sitting around. Yeah, that's the part for me where I'm like, I don't know necessarily what I'm going to do anymore. Because everything's going to get wiped anyhow. Or based on the poll, we will see. So I don't know. Like now we know if there will be a wipe. I suspect the game will slow down until, yeah. I agree. I think a lot of people are probably not going to be logging in for a while until after. But we'll have to see. I might try to explore. Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm going to be doing the travel around to each region. So yeah, that is going to be what my plan is right now. But that's for next week. So again, if you'd like to join in with the conversations and planning, head over to the Discord tomorrow. I don't think I have a YouTube link. Do I have a YouTube link? Oh, I do have a YouTube link. So check out the YouTube. I will have shorts coming up this weekend. I think this weekend is Warframe shorts. But I think have some like BitCraft shorts that are in my to edit folder. Help me get more catalysts so I can spend more money for mythic rolls. Get your legendary before the end. But yeah. I think that's it. I think that's everything. So, thank you everyone. It is now 5:01. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for all the love and support. Thank you for the raids, for the follows, for subscribing, getting the cute little emotes, going ad-free, chatting, lurking, everything. Thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated. And I know you could be anywhere else, and I'm honored at the fact that you chose to be here with me, spend your precious time with me. So I greatly appreciate that. If there is no bonus stream this weekend, I will see you Monday, or if not, in Discord. So we're gonna start that raid to Eagle's Grace. Raid Eagle's Grace. Yeah. Go check them out. See what they're doing. Maybe pick their brains about what their plans are for the wipe. And yeah. That's pretty much it. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good time zone, and I will catch you again later.